It's about Donald Trump, Megyn Kelly, all of this there is just so much going on right now.
Well, I'm a big fan of Donald Trump because I believe in bold, aggressive, unapologetic truth, period. And I'm not a fan of Megyn Kelly, though I often turn on Fox just to look at her.
It is a good view.
Sometimes when I'm loading my magazines, I like to just look at her. And I usually sit naked on the couch, dropping hot brass on my stuff. Anyhow, I digress because I am funnier than Richard Pryor's afro on fire. That being said,
yes.
That being said, I'm afraid the gorgeous, stunning, otherwise professional and tuned-in Megyn Kelly absolutely fell off the cliff of political correctness when she proposed that obnoxious, meaningless, nonsensical, biased question for Donald Trump that did nothing to further the quality of politics. Boy, there's two words that never belong together.
Yeah.
Quality of politics in America. So I think what Donald Trump is doing, in fact, I take that back. I know what Donald Trump is doing is representing the absolute heartbreak and anger and frustration at a government gone mad, at a corruption and power abuse by the executive, the legislative, and the judicial branches of our government that is absolutely criminal. And you don't fight a culture war politely like Mr. Rogers, Jeb Bush. You don't fight a culture war destroying the greatest quality of life in the history of the world, the only experiment in self-government, in a calm tone. You get angry, you get pissed, you swing some crowbars, and you lop off heads where necessary. And that's what Donald Trump is doing. And people in the asset column of this country align themselves with Donald Trump because this is a nasty, mean culture war, and you're not going to win it by adjusting your tie.
We're talking to the one and only Ted Nugent. I was going to ask you what you think about Jeb Bush, but you've answered that. And really,
well, not really. I mean, Jeb. Let's put it this way.
Yeah.
Any one of the guides for my Sunrise Safaris operation, anybody who works with me in the band or the crew or management or the Ted Nugent Spirit of the Wild, anybody I know, the guys that help me cut firewood, they'd make a better president than the community disorganizer who's in there ruining things right now. So Jeb Bush would be a grand upgrade from Barack Obama, but not upgrade enough in a culture war, where the power abuse and criminality in our government, the IRS, are you kidding me? Benghazi didn't have security, and then we turned down their squalor in life-threatening situations for security. Hey, guys, my name's Ted Nugent. I play guitar. I have more security on my belt right now than our government provided our representatives in Benghazi.
Right.
That's a crime.
Yeah.
So Jeb Bush is a little too Mr. Rogers for most of us, and Donald Trump is a guy coming in getting ready to clean house because our government, academia, and most of the media need drastic house cleaning, and somebody talking calmly and politely isn't going to get the job done.
What are your feelings though with Trump talking about running a third-party campaign? If he does, it could send Hillary or somebody else on the Democratic side right into the White House. Yeah,
that's an honest review of that possibility.
Yeah,
I think we all know that, but I think the conditions and the criminality, the abuse of power, the corruption in our government right now, and in the media supporting the leftists or the Mao Zedong, Barack Obama, Karl Marx fan club, I think it is so outrageous and threatening that I wouldn't be a bit surprised if a Donald Trump going third party would win the whole shooting match. Being that as it may, I was expecting a little. I don't want any backing down or any increased politeness from Donald Trump. I think he's a pragmatist. He's a utilitarian. He's a rugged individual. He's an asset for America. He produces, and I think he would use that same business regimen in the White House if he attained the presidency. But I think he would do better to stay on point with the the deserved condemnation of the Republicans and the Democrats, but go under the Republican banner and act like a Republican for a change. Not Donald Trump acting like a Republican for a change, but the Republicans acting like Republicans for a change. The Republicans have lost their soul. And that, and again, that's not a blanket statement, even though it really sounded like one. Scott Walker is a winner. Rick Perry is a winner. Ted Cruz would make the best president. Carly Fiorina, she would make an amazing leader of the free world. There's a bunch of great guys out there. But I think Donald Trump is the only guy coming in to a horror story swinging an adequate crowbar. That's why he's got so much support.
It is amazing how, nobody thought it would be seriously taken. And then even after the debate and after everything went down with Megyn Kelly and all that, his numbers have gone up.
Well, sure, because we're not upset at what the status quo is upset with. We're upset at the status quo and everything they're upset with. Megyn Kelly, heartbreakingly, because she's so good, she's so smart most of the time. If you could go back and see what she did to me after I called our president a subhuman mongrel, because he is dismantling, he is the enemy of America, he is the enemy of freedom, he is tromping and stomping and pissing on the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. Anybody that doesn't get that might want to call 1-800-NUMBNUT and see if Michael Moore will explain the new movie Bowling for Hygiene. So Megyn Kelly absolutely broke all of our hearts, as only a Megyn Kelly could, when she went into the status quo world.
Yeah.
She isn't status quo, but she started acting and sounding and looking like one. And I don't believe she is. I think she's playing some games. Either that or she's getting bad advice. Either that or she's just getting stupid. But either way, Donald Trump's the good guy. Currently, Megyn Kelly ain't.
Yeah. Do you think that she was Trump? Is it fair to say that during that debate they targeted him?
You think?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think they were all rolling their eyes and their hands and backstage, seeking the tar and feather boogie.
Because he gets in the way of where the establishment wants to go.
That's absolutely correct.
Yeah.
I mean, Bill, let me guess. You're clean and sober and you actually pay attention, because that sounded like a decision and a conclusion by a guy who's clean and sober who actually pays attention. So, yeah, what you believe is common sense and logic and truth is alive and well across the... I travel all over. I did my 6,516th concert. Well, actually, I guess there'd be 6,517 because I jammed Cat Scratch Fever with Kid Rock for 2 nights in Detroit the other night.
Wow.
And God, was that fun. I almost forgot what a bad son of a bitch I am. Anyhow, I travel and I hang and I communicate. I mean, come on, I'm Ted Nugent.
Yep.
I haven't had a quote hit record since the damn Yankees, even though Shut Up and Jam was a masterpiece last year. But I had 33.5 million Facebookers for the last 3 weeks. I reach out because what I reek of is self-evident truth, logic, and common sense, which you just stated, Bill, and it's not rare. It's just rare in government. It's almost unheard of in most of the media, and it's absolutely attacked by academia.
Yeah.
So those of us that still set our alarm clocks and bust our ass to be the very best that we can be, to be an asset to our family and our neighborhood and our country and our fellow man and the good Mother Earth by having hunting, fishing, and trapping licenses, we in the asset column are absolutely horrified at the status quo. And that's why Donald Trump represents truth, logic, and common sense, which I know you have to adhere to be productive in your radio career. That's what everybody has to be respectful of, to be a success and to be an asset to their lives and their families and their neighbors. But Donald Trump represents that, and academia does not, the government does not, and most of the media does not. So God bless you, and when Megyn Kelly isn't acting like an idiot, God bless her.
A secret press conference was held in Bend, Oregon, where the government released their findings in regards to the Lavoy-Finicum death results. And of course, the government found that their law enforcement agencies acted within the law and their actions were justified. Now, this secret press conference was invite only, RSVP, and the location of this press conference was withheld until 2 hours before the press conference began. And of course, hand-picked mainstream media were the only ones invited. In other words, this was a very controlled environment. They knew who was going to be there and what questions they were going to ask, and they could rest assured that there would be no hardball questions. Some very interesting information did come out of this press conference. The 5 FBI hostage rescue team, or HRT team, or as I like to call them, HURT team agents, are currently under investigation for alleged misconduct during and after the roadblock / ambush / kill box, as it's been referred to. Investigators were able to account for the 6 shots that were fired by the Oregon State Police, 3 of them hitting the vehicle here, here, and here, as well as the 3 shots that hit and killed Lavoy Finicum. But they could not account for this 4th round into the vehicle here. Now, this one came out later, was fired by an FBI HURT team agent. During the course of the investigation, these FBI HURT agents were interviewed as far as what went down. Now, these agents are suspected of lying about firing twice at the vehicle as soon as Lavoy Finicum jumped out of his truck. 2 shots rang out. Bam!
All right, now I'm going to pause this so I can add in. Hold on a minute. I'm going to change the way I'm doing this a bit. These are actual crime scene photo pictures of the truck. Alright, hopefully you can see those well enough anyway. So, radiator shot, hood shot, windshield shot. Those are the 3 from that moron that jumped in front of the truck, I guess. Glass shot out, glass shot out. There's the shot in the roof. How the hell do you shoot in the middle of the roof? He would have had to been hanging in the tree itself. And I think that's the one that Ryan caught a fragment of. This is the interior. Here's the gas canisters that they were shooting. Those things are no longer considered less than lethal, and they're not being marketed as so, because they explode on impact, and they have killed people before. These are called blunt impact projectiles, BIPs. The heads on these things, they burst on impact, and the companies that make them are no longer allowed to market these as non-lethal projectiles because they have killed people. Many of these were shot at the heads of the passengers inside of the truck. After they got the windows all broken out, you can see spent canisters in the back seat on that photo previous here, there, and there. Of course, they had the bullet in the roof. All the glass was shot out. So, you know, everybody's been wanting to see pictures of the truck. So now here's your pictures of the truck. Back window shot out. There's those projectile rounds that went in, gas canisters. I don't know how those people in that truck stayed as calm as they did and didn't dive out of there. Only absolute fear for their life kept them from diving out of that truck, because they intended to kill everybody in there and get rid of all the witnesses. You know, this is their diagram. So this is where they're calling the fires or the shots in. I guess there's where the truck was. Here's the trajectory angles of the bullets that hit. So there you go. Those are the pictures of the truck that I've located. So there you go. That's what that is.
Bam! One of those going through the roof of the vehicle and shattering the rear passenger window right next to Ryan Bundy. Now, apparently, all 5 agents that were there are not talking about this. They did not admit to firing their weapons at all, and they're covering up. They're covering it for each other, basically. So at this point in time, the FBI is going to be investigated by the Department of Justice. So essentially, it's going to be the federal government investigating the federal government. How do you think that that's going to turn out? Well, let's take a quick look at history, shall we? Here we have Lon Horiuchi, the infamous FBI Hurt sniper who was at Ruby Ridge and Waco. Now, this guy shot and killed an unarmed.
And again, when the defendant and the plaintiff are the same people, how the hell do you expect it to be? What the hell would anybody expect the outcome to be when the plaintiff and the defendant are the same people, and the judge is also part of the plaintiff and defendant's argument? It's like, hello, we've investigated ourselves and decided that we are completely innocent.
Woman holding a 10-month-old baby in Ruby Ridge. And while he was in Waco, he was the agent in charge of Sierra 4 sniper position for the FBI hostage rescue team, where spent shell casings were found. Now, Horiuchi was charged with manslaughter for the death of Vicki Weaver at Ruby Ridge, but those charges were later dropped. And if you look at this, they are trying to blame the Oklahoma City bombing on American militiamen in retaliation for the events that took place at Ruby Ridge. So, can you see where this is going? How they're going to use this against the patriots, against the people? Taking a behind-the-scenes look at the events that led up to this arrest of the leaders, as well as the death of Lavoy Finicum, we see a mayor and council email addressed to interested parties from Richard Elmer, who is claiming to be a co-owner of the Malheur Wildlife Refuge. In the CCs, we see some interesting people such as Sheriff Dave Ward, Judge Steve Gratzy, and others. This basically goes on to demand that Oregon Governor Kate Brown and Special Agent in Charge Greg Bretzing take immediate action to take out these so-called domestic terrorists. And the Oregon Governor Kate Brown did reach out to both President Obama and leaders in the federal government and asked for a stronger federal presence and response to the armed takeover of the wildlife refuge. Now, in an attempt to be transparent, the Oregon governor released the Malheur Occupation Communications, which entails more than 1,000 pages of emails and texts. And as you can see in this text message on Friday, January 22nd, Governor Kate Brown states that she just got a message from Valerie Jarrett, who has been referred to as Obama's handler. So you can see that the governor of Oregon was in regular communications with the White House throughout this ordeal. One thing else I'd like to point out is if there were to be any other information that they were withholding, it would be very damning and could potentially expose a massive cover-up going all the way up to the highest levels of government. So if anyone out there does have this information, it needs to see the light of day. In addition to the Department of Justice ongoing investigation into the FBI agents on the scene at the roadblock who discharged their weapons at least 2 times, striking the truck once, neither shot is being reported as hitting Lavoy Finicum, but it appears those agents have attempted to cover up their actions that day. Oregon State Police stated that 2 of their officers fired 3 shots hitting Lavoy Finicum, where you can see here. They state that this lower shot migrated upwards through his body and hit his heart. So at this point we know that this roadblock and this whole operation was planned in advance. They had time to prep the locations, to scout the locations, cut and trim trees, but we're to believe they do not have body cam footage, that there's no dash cam footage, just the aerial footage and then the footage that Miss Cox took from inside the vehicle. I'm going to leave a link for Dabu 7's J Knight channel, his backup channel, where he uploaded the Shauna Cox footage from inside of Lavoy Finicum's truck that day on the 26th. I'm also going to leave a link here for Boiling Frog's post, where Peter B. Collins had Sibel Edmonds and Todd McFarland on. Todd McFarland is the former attorney for the Finicum family, and they discuss some very interesting aspects of this case and what appears to be potential provocation and antagonizement by law enforcement. At this point, there are many unanswered questions. Why did they have to take them before these men reached Grant County? Why was it so important to prevent these men from meeting and speaking with the people in Grant County and meeting with the sheriff there, Glenn Palmer? It appears that they tried to do everything in their power to prevent them from reaching that destination. Why not set up a roadblock on the way back, preventing them from going back to the refuge? There was no warrants for these men issued. They were allowed to freely come and go throughout this whole ordeal. Why is Deschutes County leading this investigation? I will leave links and I'll be doing more updates soon. Till next time, this is Spiro.
All right. Now, I did, not many people saw this morning. I wanted to get it out immediately, but I'm going to rerun this bit that I did this morning, simply for the people that didn't get a chance or have not seen it. And it is very important to this segment. So, this is, from our own channel here. Eamon Bundy says government story is unraveling, which is very true. And every time they do a press release, they just make it worse for themselves. I feel like Fireman Bob from In Living Color when I watch these guys. While they're all on fire.
Firing twice at Lavoie. Not sure if you heard about the announcement today that an FBI agent suspected of lying about firing twice at Lavoie Finicum, and that may have gotten some help from 4 other agents in covering it up. I want to get your thoughts on that.
Well, I did hear about it. Things are kind of dark in that cell, but every once in a while I get a little bit of bits and pieces of something. And I did, and I think my response would be that it appears that their story is starting to unravel, that we have been very consistent with what we were doing, why we were there, what we were standing for, what our demonstration was about, and how we were there for peace. And that they continue to escalate force upon us until finally they ended up killing somebody. And then they tried to, make their story, and now it's starting to unravel. And that's what happens when your story isn't solid.
The prosecutor did rule that the shooting was justified, saying Lavoie had reached for his gun in his pocket and so on. Your thoughts on that part of it?
Well, there is a lot that went on that still is not really out there. One thing that I keep pointing out is how Lavoie got out of the vehicle and he went away from the vehicle, and he did that to save the lives of those that were in the vehicle, because they were shooting at the truck, and he was drawing that fire away. And I am very certain and feel very strongly about him saving lives that day. So,
you have a hearing scheduled for tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
What are you expecting to come out of that?
Well, I can't talk too much about it because one is, it is a hearing, but I know that they're trying to put a gag order on me, so I can't speak, which again makes it very convenient for the government to cover things up. Our policy from the very beginning, and I don't know if you remember us saying this, was sunlight is the best disinfectant. That these things need to be brought out. They need to be reported upon. They need to be dug into. We need to see how our government is not abiding by the law and how that puts people in danger. Because government has rules too, and it's very important that we as a people hold our government to those rules. And so this gag order seems to be an effort for the government to be able to say, hey, look, we can say what we want to say, but Ammon and anybody on that side can't. And how convenient would that be?
It appears to be at least aimed at you mostly, the gag order. Would you not agree with that? I would say all the defendants, but they probably just want to keep you a little quiet. Would you agree?
I think it's the discovery they don't want, because obviously that's what is going to be exposed is, look, what is the real story here? And just the act itself in us going into the refuge. I mean, how it's being blown completely out of proportion. How we went in there to demonstrate. We did it peacefully. It's 30 miles out of town. We went in a time when no one was there to make a point that the government is breaking the law, not following the Constitution, that families and individuals, American individuals are being hurt because of government. And we were pointing that out. And so I think it's not just me, it's the discovery.
As you obviously sit here in jail now, you've been here quite a while, and Lavoie Finicum lost his life. Do you ever think maybe this whole thing hasn't been worth it?
No, I don't have any regrets. You don't go into something like this without believing what you're doing is right, and without believing that something needs to happen or something worse is going to happen. And that's where we're at. If we continue to allow the federal government to just do what they want and not be held by any of the bounds, what that history tells us that ultimately puts people in war. And I'm not saying anything to that effect. All I'm pointing out is that if people don't prevent actions, they escalate to the point where something really bad happens.
Anything you would have done differently?
I would have called my family more. But I have very few regrets. It's not easy, believe me.
Why would you have called your family more? What do you feel then?
Because I'm away from them now. I miss them dearly. I did this for them because I want my children to have freedom. I want them to grow up and to be able to prosper and to live the American dream. And so while I was able to communicate more with them, I would have loved to do that. But I do not regret what I did.
Are you able to talk with them now at all?
Yeah, but it's very difficult. There's lots of stringent rules, and of course everything's geared to benefit the prosecutors. So all the phone calls are recorded, everything's listened to, all my mail is opened and read, and everything is, giving the prosecutors advantage. Not that I communicate with my family for that, but there's a lot of friction in the system because of that.
You and I talked about your father a lot last time, and your dad, of course, is in jail now as well after coming to Oregon. Do you feel a sense of guilt about that? Perhaps if this didn't happen, he wouldn't be sitting in jail right now?
You know what? That's an interesting question because I could see how people would think that might be, and I have pondered on that. However, I believe that eventually they were going to do it anyway, and so now is the best time for it to happen because now we've got exposure, things are happening, people are watching, and so if they were to wait 3, 4, 5 years, which is exactly what they did with the Hammonds, they waited 5 days before the statutory of limitations ended, and then they arrested or prosecuted them or began that process. Because for 5 years, all that evidence, all the attention, everything was lost, and it was a strategic action on the U.S. government side. And so even though it is difficult, and even though he came to see us, and then they arrested him and surrounded him at the airport with who knows how many, almost a 70-year-old man being surrounded by 30, 40 FBI agents at the airport, I think this is the right time to take the fight on.
Do you feel public opinion kind of switching over momentum in your direction now, particularly in light of the news that came out with the FBI today and so on?
Well, remember, things are pretty dark in my little cell. This is what they give us to write with. It's like a noodle. And when this runs out, it takes me about 3 days to get a new one. So, and I there's not open communication back and forth. So, but I do believe that the truth will prevail. And I believe a lot of the propaganda moves really fast and then the truth comes and slowly passes it up. What we're standing for is what most people in America really believe. They really believe that government does need to be limited. They really believe that the government has to have rules too, or it puts us as a people in danger. And we believe that the federal government's rules are very clear in the Constitution, and that the state has to keep the federal government in check. And they're two different governments, and the counties here too, but they're supposed to be check and balancing each other to make sure one doesn't abuse the people and the other doesn't abuse the people. And our states have not been doing that. They've been just letting the federal government come down into the states, and it's put the people in grave danger.
I remember last time we talked and you had that book in your pocket as well. Tell me about that.
It's just the Constitution of the United States. It does have the Declaration of Independence. It has all the amendments and a few other things, but primarily that's what it is. It's the Constitution of the United States, and it is the the constituted agreement between the states and the federal government. It's what gives the federal government power. It's what how the federal government was organized, and it's what the federal government must stay within. And they're not doing it, and that's why we have problems with our borders. That's why we have problems with our health care. That's why we have problems with our industries, because the federal government is coming in where the wealth is, and they're actually taking it and extracting it from the people and using it for their own benefit and growth. And we sit here and wonder why it's hard to put food on the table. You know, why the dollar doesn't stretch like it used to, why we can't save. And it is literally because primarily our federal government has come into the states and taken the wealth.
As you're sitting in that dark room of yours here in the cell, do you ever think maybe this wasn't all worth it?
I of course have had thoughts of that, but when I start to go through everything that we did and everything we were standing for, and when I see reports that not only thousands are watching but millions, and that I hear of people that were teaching of constitutional classes and were having a hard time filling a small room. Now they're filling gymnasiums with standing room only. And I have hundreds of letters coming to me, literally, that so many I can't respond back, that are saying, thank you for making a stand, thank you for educating. I have to fall to the side that it was worth it.
How do you think history will record this years from now?
Oh, that's a really good question. I have no idea. I hope that history records it as of course we standing when there was a time that people needed to stand, that we stood peacefully in the right way, that we used our right to speech, our freedom of speech, our freedom to assemble, our freedom to redress our government, and also our freedom to bear arms. And that we did this in a proper way to bring exposure to something that is very important to all Americans.
What do you say to people? Because I know you hear from folks who say, well, maybe what you thought you were doing was morally right, but legally you had to know you weren't right at the time. What do you say to those folks?
Well, again, I would say that there's a legal and there's a lawful, and I don't want to I don't want to play on words, but lawfully we were very right. The Constitution makes it very clear that the Fish and Wildlife Service is not to own property inside the state and use it for a wildlife refuge. And so constitutionally, that facility and that whole refuge and all those ranches that were taken by the Fish and Wildlife Service, all of those were unlawfully taken. Now, when you go to codes and regulations, yeah, they say we broke a law, but then they had to stretch clear back into the Civil War law, back to impeding on a federal officer in order to even prosecute us. And so I find that very interesting, when really in reality, the most we probably should have been prosecuted for or charged with, is maybe trespassing on public property. And but no, they've made this huge big deal out of it, where they've indicted us in Nevada for over 80 years, mandatory. And so we could be looking at spending the rest of our lives in prison if the U.S. government gets its way.
When you think about that possibility, and you think about the kids that you have at home, you've got quite a few of them, what goes through your mind when you think about the possibly long time jail sentence?
Well, one is, I believe the truth will prevail. Okay, and the government has it so wrong of what happened. They've painted this picture in their minds of trying to piece this thing together, and they're so far off that it's actually going to be probably comical when the truth starts to unfold. Okay, so I want to believe that there's still justice in the system that will expose the truth, and then that will set us free. However, when I think of the possibility, it makes me very sad that I possibly would not be able to see my children grow and be with them. I have a 1-year-old son. I have a 5-year-old that just turned 5 yesterday. I missed her birthday. And I have a 7-year-old daughter and a 9-year-old son that's going to be turning 10 here. I've got an 11-year-old son that's going to be turning 12 next month, and a 13-year-old daughter. So I have 6 children, 3 boys, 3 girls. But the thing about it is there's always been a need and a time for the fathers and the dads, primarily, the mothers too, to leave the field, if you will, and go fight, so that their families and their livelihoods and their pursuits of happiness and their families can be preserved, and their religion. And that's always happened. And they have to do that in order to preserve freedom and preserve liberty. And so that is what we did. And we unselfishly, at least I like to say that, and those people around me that helped, went to the aid of their neighbor who was being abused by government, and they risked their families, their livelihoods, their homes, and everything else to do it. But we're not the first to do it. Many, many, many good people in this country have done it for many, many years.
What's jail life like here for you?
It's very difficult. I'm typically, out a lot. I wake up early in the morning before the sun comes up, and I plan my days, and I try to, do the best I can with the time that's given me. And I'm not able to do that here. At times it gets pretty lonely. When the door closes behind me in the cell, it takes something away from you every time. But I do believe that justice will come. I do believe that there is a lot of things that I can do in here, and all of us can do in here, that can be good. Reading books, learning, education, helping other people out that are in here. There's a lot of people, there's a lot of pain and suffering in here. Whether they did something wrong or did something right, they're still people, and they still have pains. They still have, thoughts and feelings. And those people need we have to help each other out and do the best we can while we're in here.
When you're lying in your bed at night and the lights are all out, what's going through your mind?
Well, my family, most of the time, I of course pray and ponder and just hope that our nation can make it, and hope that freedom will continue to be prevalent in this country. It's because it's not for sure, and it's taken for granted. History proves that freedom, if it's not taken care of and watched after, it will be lost. And we're seeing a lot of things in our nation and our governments and our society that have destroyed great nations before. And so I think about and pray that our nation will make it, so that my children and my children's children can have the many freedoms and enjoyments and prosperity and happiness that I have enjoyed in my life.
At MFS Investment Management, we believe
that when we looked at this, and I every time I look at this, it makes me more angry and heartbroken. This is murder. This is our government shooting people down. We've seen this in the inner cities. We've seen it with black people. We've seen it with white people. We've seen it with people in the cities, people in the countryside, okay? Until we all come together, black and white, cowboy and Indian, and stop these abuses. And when I say cowboy and Indian, I mean, really, when you look at what's going on in Arizona with Senator McCain, turning over this land, taking this land that is something that's being used for recreation, but it also has significant historical aspects to the Apache Indians that are there. They're going to destroy this land on which some cowboys, if you want to call them that, ranchers or others have surface rights to. It has multiple uses at this point, but it's going to be turned over to a foreign corporation to mine it for copper. in a way that will destroy it for everyone. No recreational use, no historical use, no religious significance for the Indians, no surface rights for the Americans. It'll be a foreign corporation that will mine and destroy this. We have to stand up to this. That is what's behind this issue that these people were protesting. But we also have to stand up to the violence that our government enacts on people of every kind. We have to stand together. We have to say that you're not going to break us into little groups and pit us against each other like the Black Lives Matter issue, okay? This is a real BLM issue. It's a BLM, Bureau of Land Management. It's also transcending the Black Lives Matter propaganda of George Soros and others. And we've had videos and reports where we show you how George Soros is funding that, okay? That is an effort to shut it down. That is an effort to get us fighting amongst ourselves instead of joining together to stop these kind of murders. Now, what I want you to do when you look at this, I don't want you to jump onto social media and start making death threats, okay? If you see this and you understand what is going on and it makes you angry, do not take yourself out of the game. If you're outraged, we need you educated people. Don't go out and shoot somebody in uniform either, okay? You're going to shoot the wrong person. You're going to shed innocent blood. We don't need to make these killers into heroes. We don't need to justify their actions after the fact. We've got to educate the public. We've got to stop this murder. Let's take a look at this video. I want you to see what happened at the stop. Now, what they did was they took the cell phone video and they superimposed it on this ridiculous video that we'd been given by the FBI. What the FBI gave us was aerial footage at a very low resolution with no sound and a phony lying narrative from the FBI shill who was presenting this. So, you know, when Biggs and I saw this, and the FBI agent, to give you an example of how effective it is, I mean, we should have known better. We looked at this and it's like, you know, it's a shaky video. It's not streaming well. We got the FBI saying, you know, is approaching the roadblock. The FBI agent says, look at this. He tried to run down our agent. And it's like, oh, look, we could see a guy halfway there because it was a jerky video. And then we went back and looked at it. It's like this guy leapt out in front of him. He's swerving off to the side, trying to avoid the roadblock that they put up. And, of course, we're going to talk about the legal aspects of that roadblock. But he's swerving to the side to miss that roadblock. And as he's swerving, the guy jumps out in front of his truck, and he swerves farther to the left. He was not trying to run the guy down. Everything about this was designed as a propaganda lie by the FBI. So now when they say, well, okay, the shooting was justified, but we're going to now investigate some FBI agents who lied about the fact that they didn't shoot any guns, okay? Look, the whole thing was a lie. The whole thing was an ambush. The whole thing was set up to stop a political protest. They were going to talk to 400 people in John Day, Oregon. People who understood what the problems were, people who are going to try to address this peacefully. And I hope they still do. I hope they don't let this scare them into silence. It has to be addressed. These are issues that the sheriff in Grant County, Sheriff Palmer, had stood with the people on. He had deputized people to try to deal with it. Other people in the government shut it down. We need more people like Sheriff Palmer. There are good people in government. Don't start striking out blindly against people. Let's play this. You can see, we're going to play this in a couple of clips. It's very long. It's 12 minutes long. Let's play it where they're stopped, and you can hear their confusion, how they're trying to deal with what they don't understand. They're not being allowed. They were allowed to travel freely back and forth, talking to people, having political meetings, explaining what the problems were. The FBI didn't want that because they were having pressure put on them by the state and the federal officials to shut that down. And they shut it down. They shut it down. Killed and arrested people. Let's show the first stop right here.
Shoot me, you shoot me. I'm going to meet the sheriff. The sheriff is waiting for us. So you do as you damn well please. But I'm not going anywhere. Here I am, right there. Right there.
He's holding his hands out the window.
You understand? I'm going to go meet the sheriff. You back down or you kill me now. Go ahead. Put the bullet through me.
He knows what they're trying to do.
I don't care.
Where's Ryan?
I'm going to go
Now,
meet the sheriff.
mainstream media says he's taunting them. No, he's telling them, I'm going to go meet the sheriff. I'm going to meet the sheriff. You can either come with me or you can shoot me right now.
What for?
Well, I'm going to ask them if they want to go out.
What for? Why are we getting
You want out?
What for? What are we getting
Who
out?
are you? Yeah, who are you? Who are you?
Saying, who are you? Haven't identified
Who
yourself.
are you?
Oregon State Police.
Okay, well, I'm going over to meet the sheriff in Grant County. You can come along with us, and you can talk with us over there. You can go ahead and shoot me. You put the laser right there, put the bullet through the head.
And as he's doing this, you can see the red dots inside the cabin of the truck. They're already training and pointing their guns at them.
Get real. You want my blood on your hands?
That's assault, folks, with a deadly weapon.
Places to go.
Okay. Now, we're going to pick this up, and we're going to, at one point, he says, all right, we're going to go. They talk about it amongst themselves. They say, let's just go. Let's try to get to the sheriff in Grant County. The sheriff was going to be at that meeting of 400 people. He was going to be addressing them. So they drive off. Now, I want you to see what happens next. Before I do that, I want to read you something that came from Oath Keepers after the fact. This was something Stuart Rhodes interviewed Greg McWhirter, a veteran SWAT officer, an Oath Keeper. And we've also had a video. We looked for this video, couldn't find it before showtime. We've had another officer who put a video up, and he said, you don't set up a roadblock like this because that is in and of itself.
All right, so this came from Stuart Rhodes, the guy that the other night when I called him and said, you know, need a little guidance here. I mean, are we going to try to protect Jeanette Finicum and these others? And he's like, whatever, blah, blah, blah. LaVoy fucked himself in the ass and blah, blah, blah. And I said, dude, there was no reason to be a smart ass. I was just trying to get some ideas of what kind of response everybody is going to go with on this. And he's like, smart ass, what did you say to me? You don't talk me like that. Fuck you, and hung up. So, there is a two narratives going on here with that.
Self is the use of deadly force. And so in this interview with Stuart Rhodes, this officer, who is another veteran police officer, quotes the law here. He says, vehicle pursuits. This is a Portland Police Department's policy. This is Oregon State Police policy that he quotes here. 630.05, vehicle pursuits. Barricading. Barricading is considered deadly physical force, subject to Directive 1010.10. Barricading requires the approval of a supervisor. Furthermore, the barricade must be set up in such a manner as to avoid the fleeing suspect, to afford the fleeing suspect ample time to see the barricade to stop his or her vehicle. They put it around a curve, and you can see this. Boxing in, ramming, and roadblocks, boxing in and ramming to be used only against violent felons, with permission by sworn supervisor monitoring the pursuit, not to be used by officers who have not completed prescribed training. Roadblocks are dangerous and difficult to properly establish. No roadblock may be established until both dispatcher and pursuing officer have been notified. There are three kinds of roadblocks: fixed, which a block road to extent that little or no outlet remains. A fixed roadblocks are extremely dangerous and are rarely justifiable, and that's what we have here. That is quoting Oregon State Police policy, which they violated in this particular situation. As the other officer in his analysis of this said, they know who these people were. They know they're not violent. They talked to them for probably 10 minutes. They could see them holding their hands out. Nothing was done that would indicate that they were violent. Okay? They knew who they were. They knew where they were going. And there was absolutely no reason for them to use deadly force. And the blockade itself was deadly force. But they didn't just stop there. Let's roll this video, and you can see that as they're pulling up to the roadblock, they're approaching the roadblock, and the police and the FBI start shooting at them as they're approaching the roadblock. It got that bad. Let's show that video.
Okay, I don't know about numbers.
Well, I got numbers, but I can't call because we have no service.
Okay.
Yeah, they set it up there where you've got no service.
Do you have numbers for people here in town?
Yeah, but... Hang on.
Okay, because they're shooting.
Hang on.
Come right around the video. Come right around the curve, and they do that.
Okay, we're here.
Go ahead and shoot me.
Damn! Trying to.
Go ahead and shoot me.
Stay down. Stay down. Stay down. Stay down.
Now,
Stay down.
as they're saying, stay down. Hold it right there. Hold it right there. Okay, I was talking. You could hear the gunshots. You can hear, if you watch the video, you can hear the gunshots as they're approaching the barricade. When you look at that video, he says, go ahead and shoot me. He got out of the car right away because they had already been shooting at him. Okay? He's trying to draw fire away from the people in the car, I believe. That's what his family and the people who knew him believe. He was that kind of guy. He was that kind of guy. He died for your freedoms. Now, as he's getting out of the car with his hands raised, you can see them shooting out the windows, shooting at him. Okay? I don't know if they shot him at that point. They say that all the shots were in his back. In his back. That's our government. Our lying, back-shooting government. And we need to change it, not start shooting people, folks. We do not want to become what we fight. That's what we talked about with this torture video. That's what we tried to explain to Donald Trump. You do not want to become what you fight. And, of course, he said, look, I'm not going to torture people if it's against the law. He said that on Friday. Then on Sunday, he gets on with John Dickerson, and he says, well, you know, we got a set of rules that are hampering us. They don't play by the rules. And John Dickerson said, so the rules really are what separate us from them, what makes us better than them. And he goes, we have to get to their level. We have to win. No, we cannot think that way. We cannot become what we fight. That is always the danger of a war. And let's understand, this is a war of our government against the American people. There's no doubt about that. But we do not want to become them. If we start resorting to murder and vigilantism, we're going to exchange one kind of tyranny for another. We need to wake people up. The vast majority of people in this country, and you have to understand this, do not share your anger at this. They have to be angry about this. They have to understand what's going on. Black people in the cities are angry about it, but they think that it's just them. They have to understand. Show them this. Tell them you agree with their problems. Tell them that we need to work with ways to shut this down. But before we can do anything, we have to have a consensus. We have to have a larger number of people. And that's one of the lessons of this Oregon standoff. It's not enough to be right. It's not enough to be right. You cannot do something like they did in Oregon with just a couple of people. It was a bad strategy, a bad tactic. They thought they had broader support because they had some shill reporter that was lying to them and provoking them to do this stuff. They did not have the kind of national support that they thought. They thought they could go anywhere and defend people who were being attacked by the government, and Oregon is probably the worst place to take your stand. One of the most statist places that you can go to. We have to use the law that they swear to. They swear to the Constitution. The Constitution is the beard they use to give them the authority that they have. And we have to make it clear that they are the criminals. But we have to get the American people to understand this. And when we look at the articles that are put out by the Washington Post, by the New York Times, the way they slant the news, you have to understand that we're a long way from getting the people to come together and oppose this across the board. This is absolutely amazing. Let me read you some of the articles. Let me read you first what the Oregon Live said. They said an FBI agent is suspected of lying about firing twice at Lavoy Finicum, okay? They say that 2 state troopers shot him 3 times in the back, shows an autopsy. Finicum had a trooper in front of him armed with a taser who was thought to be in danger. And, of course, when we analyzed this with that other officer, he said, here's a car they're using deadly force against, which you would typically, legally, only we just read what the Oregon State Police policy is. You would only use that against fleeing violent felons, okay? That's not the situation here. They set up deadly force with the roadblock, and then he jumps out as if there's no threat from this vehicle that they have just used deadly force to stop. He jumps out and stands behind that vehicle, exposing himself to being attacked from the vehicle they were just shooting at, the vehicle they just used deadly force to stop. And then once they kill Lavoy Finicum, they retreat back to their covered positions, and they continue to fire at the people in the car. Let's play that video. Let's keep rolling that video.
Okay, we're here.
Go ahead and shoot me.
Damn! Trying to.
Shoot me. Shoot on the ground. Shoot me. Get
Stay down. Stay down. Stay down.
They're saying stay down.
Stay down. Stay down. Damn it. Are they shooting him? Did they shoot him? You Oh my God! Okay. Stay down.
I can't
Is he dead? Don't get out. I am T! Stop it. Get out!
Are you hit?
Now they retreat to their positions, and you'll see that they're hitting them with tear gas. They're hitting them. They're shining bullets there. They're shooting at them. You can see the tear gas, the flash bangs going off as they're shooting at them. This goes on for a very long time. You should watch this video. You need to make sure other people watch this video. Now we can see what's going on like we couldn't when the FBI put that video out initially. And they did it that way so that you would not see what's going on. Now they're trying to get rid of the sheriff in Grant County because he called it an ambush. Folks, it was an ambush. It violated Oregon state policy, but now the Oregon police say, oh, it's justified. Justified. We set up the rules. We can break the rules, just like the GOP and the Democrats will do when it comes to their conventions. Welcome back to the Alex Jones Show. I'm David Knight, your host. I want to continue with this murder of Lavoy Finicum and the attempted murder of the 3 people in that car, because the police continued to shoot at that vehicle for quite some time. Nobody shot back at that point in time. You know, that it was, I just cannot understand how you justify shooting somebody with their hands up as they're executing a vehicle. We've seen this many times in inner cities, and the police continually get away with it because they investigate themselves. They exonerate themselves. The legal system is fundamentally broken. Doesn't exist. We have to reclaim it. We have to reclaim juries. There's a lot of things that we can do. We do not start with vigilantism, no matter how much this upsets you. And I know that many of you are upset about this, but most of the people in America have not seen this. When we look at these comments, again, going back to Oregon Live, Lavoy Finicum's family had put out a statement about a month ago when he was killed, said he was executed in cold blood. They accuse the police agencies of deliberately misleading the public about what had happened. I mean, you can look at that video. You can look at what the FBI told people about that video, that low-resolution, silent aerial video, and then they put their own narrative over it, superimposed it to allow CNN and the New York Times, Washington Post, all the mainstream media to come up with their own lying narrative. Yeah, they did try to deceive people. And she didn't back off of this. She said, my husband was murdered. And the attorney for Ammon Bundy said, I'm going to have to go back and reconsider all the conspiracy theories that I'd previously written off. Let me read you what Stuart Rhodes wrote on this article, where he talked to, and I read excerpts from the law, a veteran SWAT officer who went on the record and said, hey, well, let's just read the law. What is the Oregon State Police policy? And, of course, they used lethal force before they even started shooting. They started shooting at them before they even, when they set up the blockade, that was lethal force. When they approached the lethal force blockade, which violated Oregon state policy, they began shooting at them. More use of lethal force against people that were not a threat to them. And Stuart Rhodes had this comment, basically the same thing that we had said before, but he says it very well. He says, it's clear the politicians, like the Oregon governor, the 2 senators, as well as political hacks within the Obama administration, were pushing for the FBI and the Oregon State Police to stop the virus of Finicum and the Bundy free speech from spreading. It was a political decision. There was no physical emergency, no threat. But there was clearly a political emergency and a political threat. And in the eyes of the political elite, they had to insist on preventing them from reaching that meeting in John Day where they were going to speak to 400 people and the sheriff of the county. Now, you know, one of the things that really gets the left's panties in a wad is the fact these guys had guns. And one of the things that we see in the charges against Cliven Bundy from the Bundy Ranch standoff, and I got to tell you, I was there. We saw what happened. We were there at the washout. We were there a couple of days before that happened, reporting on it. We have video. We watched it. I saw it with my own eyes, folks. And the FBI is lying in this Cliven Bundy indictment. It is a stack of lies. Calling it a conspiracy, saying they were brandishing weapons. They can't stand for people to exercise their First and Second Amendments together. That is an assault on the federal government. It is an attempt to block whatever they want to do. And so that's what they charge you with, obstructing a federal officer in their duty, brandishing a weapon. You can't exercise the First and Second Amendment together, or they will kill or jail you.
Jeanette's prepared a short statement she's going to read to you today. Jeanette's prepared a short statement she's going to read to you today. We have not had a lot of time to review all the information, and so she's got a prepared statement. She's not going to be doing any Q&A today, but she will be back here tomorrow to answer any questions and give you the time that you need. So, again, thank you so much for being here, and we'll go ahead and let her do her statement.
Thank you. The news conference held earlier today in Bend, Oregon, to release the report of the investigation regarding my husband's death was to be expected. No surprises. The purpose of that announcement was for the state and federal agencies to continue to lay the foundation for their legal case. However, they have brought forward selective evidence. As in all such situations, there is another side to the story. We will provide a more thorough analysis of a follow-up news conference tomorrow, and we'll be taking questions at that time. According to an AP wire from Portland, Oregon, officials investigating the death of Robert Lavoy Finicum are ready to release results of the fatal shooting during a January 26th traffic stop while trying to arrest the rancher and others involved in the takeover of an Oregon wildlife refuge. However, the FBI video shows this was not a typical traffic stop. It was an ambush involving a roadblock on a blind curve along a lonely stretch of highway, a dead man's blockade, a kill stop, which is illegal. The AP continues. The FBI said Finicum was shot after reaching for a gun. We reject that statement. The FBI's aerial video was of poor quality, edited, and provided no audio. Our family asserts that he was shot with both hands up, and he was not reaching for anything at the time of the first shot. He was walking with his hands in the air, a symbol of surrender. When he reached down to his left, he was reaching to the pain of having been shot. I can hardly believe that a team of qualified law enforcement officers could look at the facts of this case and say that no criminal laws were violated. How could they have reached this decision in the face of evidence that clearly shows intent to kill my husband? We have talked with an independent investigator who has stated that the video provides a setup assassination. Many people, including my lawyers, have tried to prepare me for this. Be strong. Accept this with peace. But I do not think anything could prepare me to accept what is so clearly a finding that challenges the Constitution my husband died defending. I know that under the Constitution, the men who shot my husband to death while he was surrendering are entitled to due process of law, but they are not entitled to walk free and not have to face the same legal process that is a barrier to you or to me. They shot my husband. They left him lying in a snowbank with no medical assistance, no charges, no arrangements, no preliminary hearing, no indictment, no trial by a jury. And should they just walk free? It's just not right. The consolation I have had from thousands of Americans that have seen and know the truth, and I believe that, as I do, that my husband was murdered intentionally and deliberately and with malice. My lawyer has assured me that we will seek justice in a different court under different circumstances, and I look forward to the day when these men do face a jury that is unbiased enough to return a fair verdict. After the funeral, rallies spontaneously began to organize in many states. The organizers counted possibly as many as 1,000 rallies took place throughout the country in every state but Rhode Island. It has been asked how this movement got such momentum so quickly. When Americans heard the details of this story and how these American patriots who have no criminal record and who have stood on the same interpretation of the U.S. Constitution as Justice Scalia have been treated, the actions of law enforcement and the FBI have shocked the conscience. Our Supreme Court has set as the standard guideline for practices of law enforcement that are unacceptable to our society as those that shock the conscience. A dead man's blockade with the intent to kill shocks the conscience. Shooting to kill with both hands up shocks the conscience. Violating the Eighth Amendment, cruel and unusual punishment by placing Americans with no criminal record who are apparently guilty of defending the U.S. Constitution and the overreach of federal authorities into solitary confinement and then removing their constitutional right to bear arms are two examples of how elected and appointed officials in our court system, legislative body, and in the law enforcement are violating the rule of law. The Supreme Court has referred to solitary confinement as being violently insane. The court has recognized that solitary confinement tortures our human brain and diminishes our God-given strength to overcome obstacles. Solitary confinement is a form of torture that often drives the incarcerated mad. Last year, a Supreme Court justice wrote a concurring opinion that described the history of solitary confinement, saying the practice bears a peculiar mark of infamy in its ability to shatter the minds and spirits of their prisoners. Who are we? We are outraged that men and women who have no criminal records and who pose no threat during the protest in Oregon are being treated as mere animals. The American people are outraged at this inhumanity, this brutality, this barbarism by the courts and law enforcement. It has created a new American awakening from both the left and the right. It shocks our conscience, and that is why around 1,000 rallies spontaneously organized in support of my husband's assassination and these patriots who are being held as political prisoners. Again, my lawyer has assured me that we will seek justice in a different court under different circumstances. And we will be commenting on the FBI and the Deschamps County press release tomorrow after we review their findings. Thank you so very much for coming. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to pause this and go back to the Ammons Bundy lawyer because this is a new presser from today from Jeanette Finicum with the Q&A over yesterday's stuff. So I haven't seen it anywhere else. Maybe I think it's on the news site, but get this stuff out, folks. Get it out fast.
What's your reaction to the video taken by Shauna Cox that was released yesterday?
Well, I think it provides some clarity on their motives and what their intent was. Their intent was to get to John Day, and they kept yelling that they wanted to go see the sheriff in the neighboring county for protection, and I think that clearly is stated in that video.
What do you have to say about what do you have to say about the fact that officials are saying that your husband was saying, go ahead and shoot?
Well, I believe that after he had been shot at multiple times, that was his reaction to that. The truck had been shot at by law enforcement officers. The FBI, they said at least 3 times that they have bullets accounted for. However, we do hear shots in the audio as he is driving along the road, and as when they come to stop in the snow, you hear more shots as he is exiting the vehicle. So I believe that that's why he was saying, go ahead and shoot me.
Was this the first time you'd had an opportunity to see that video?
Shauna Cox's video? Yes.
So as far as, we've asked a little bit about your reaction to it and everything, but I assume it must have also been kind of difficult for you to see your husband in his last moments there as well. So.
It has been very difficult to see that played over and over again from all the different angles, perspectives, and such. I've had to just walk away from it at times, but I did need to see the information so I knew how to answer questions. Yes.
There's a report of there being a total of 8 shots fired, 6 by law enforcement, 2 by FBI, which is still being investigated. Is there a count of shots that you have by your investigation?
I don't have a total number of count of the shots that may or may not have been fired. However, Shauna and those remaining in the truck were continuously fired upon after my husband was killed. What type of bullet they were using, to me, that's inconsequential. I mean, they were in fear for their life. They felt that they were being shot at with lead bullets, and so what they were thinking in the moment is important as well. I believe, too, nothing was ever mentioned in yesterday's briefing about the bullet that Ryan Bundy took in the arm.
Now, stemming off of his question, there's a reason those 2 FBI agents are being investigated for allegedly not mentioning those shots fired. Any comment on that?
It makes you wonder what other truths are being left out of this investigation. And again, when the police investigate the police, it leaves one to question.
When you talk about the concern about justice being done when one law enforcement agency is investigating another law enforcement agency, obviously you're planning a lawsuit in front of an impartial jury, hoping to get justice in that way. I guess I just have the question, though, too, on the front end, if you can't trust a different law enforcement agency to investigate another law enforcement agency, who would be appropriate to investigate?
Well, my attorneys have investigators that they have hired, and we will be doing our own independent investigation. And that's probably what I'll feel comfortable with.
Jeanette, what are you going to be asking for in that lawsuit?
My attorneys will get with me on that, and when I have a good, clear answer for you, I'll get back to you with that. Thank you.
Who's representing you?
Fred Kelly Grant, attorney at law, and he is from Idaho.
I guess my question is to the rest of the family here, if you're willing to talk, now that's fine, but what's your reaction to your video and what was said in that video? If you'd like to talk, go ahead. I just was curious about your thought.
Would you like to say something?
You mean Shauna Cox's video?
Oh, yes.
It just impressed on my mind how the FBI and the Oregon State Police are still leaving facts out. They're still hiding certain evidence, and my dad, I still believe 100% is innocent, and they shot him in cold blood.
Can you give us your name?
I'm Brittany Beck.
And I'm Tara Tenney, and the only thing that I would like to say is that he was murdered, and it was not necessary.
I do have one observation from a member of the panel yesterday made the statement that when people feel like their lives are threatened, it justifies the use of lethal force. I'm just curious why they figured that applied to them and not to my brother.
Exactly.
Go ahead and give us your name, sir, just for...
Yeah. My name is Guy Finicum.
Usually in these cases, they call for a coroner's inquest. Have you asked for a copy of the autopsy, and will you request a coroner's inquest? Because that's usually what happens in these types of cases.
My attorney is in the process of requesting all the information, not just the coroner's report. We also have had an independent coroner autopsy done, which when my attorney is ready, we will be releasing that information to you as soon as possible.
Jeanette, I was at a meeting last night with Chris Stewart, whereas it was a town hall meeting, and one of the audience members got up and spoke and said that there's been a lot of FBI at your home. Is that correct? I mean, are you seeing a lot of law enforcement out there?
No, the FBI have not personally been at my home. I have seen drones flown over my house, but other than that, no, they have not been in my home.
Are you concerned at all? I mean, are you in fear? Are you afraid at all?
No, I am not. Yes.
You mentioned in this incident that it was Ryan Bundy that was also shot in the arm.
Yes.
Do
Do you know if the Bundys are bringing forth a suit, or are they working together with you in this?
I can't speak for the Bundys and what they're planning on doing, but in my civil case, no, that will be just from our family.
Out of curiosity,
Yes.
have you been in contact with the Bundy family since the video
Oh.
released yesterday?
Yes, we're on daily contact. We connect with each other. We're very good friends.
What's their general thoughts on that? I know you don't want to speak for them,
Yes.
but what are they feeling about that?
Pretty much the same as we do, yeah. I just don't want to go further into that because I'd hate to speak for them.
Did your husband actually own a 9mm handgun? Did that look like that's something that was his personally?
That was a gift to him from my son at Christmas.
So that was his gun. That was in his pocket.
I can't comment on that because I haven't seen that yet. So I'll have to wait to see. And I don't know that it was in his pocket either.
So, Jeanette, you weren't contacted at all prior to that?
Real quick, photos and information of this gun did not appear. They released information with some serial number that came back as a stolen firearm. Okay? But now it's a different firearm that was given to him as a gift. But guess how long it took to get a hold of that gun? Well, it took until they got David Fry off of the refuge, and David Fry was in possession of a pair, as far as I understood, and he said it many times, David Fry was in possession of his firearms because they were left behind. Sometimes you got to pay, sometimes I watch this stuff over and over and over and over again so I can catch the little things. You'll watch something and your mind's kind of skimming over it, just trying to get over the trauma of the entire conversation. And then you go back and you look and you look and look, and then the trauma fades, and then you start picking up the little things.
Announcement yesterday of that investigation.
No, they didn't personally contact me. No. Yes.
About Ryan Bundy, there's not a lot written in the news about that. Do you have any more information about what happened, who is taking responsibility for shooting him? Because anything that I've seen in the news is basically 3 shots that hit your husband. Is there anything brought?
That's what I find very curious. In their statement yesterday, they account for all these different shots, yet they have not attributed one of those bullets to Ryan Bundy's shoulder. And so I'm curious, how many more shots were actually fired that they're not accounting for? So that's my question. I can't answer to what they may have said about Ryan Bundy, because I didn't hear anything in reference to him yesterday, and I only know what you know as far as that news conference goes.
So was he shot by one or more bullets?
One.
And do you agree with the assessment that your husband was shot only 3 times?
Yes.
Are you doing your own autopsy?
I already have, yes.
Okay. And you're not releasing?
Not at this time, yes.
Does anybody else have any more questions?
Unless there's something else.
All right, there was an important question with an answer that I have been wanting to know since a while, because we had that video. It really looked like they put 2 in his head. So maybe we were all wrong. Apparently we were all wrong, because she said she agreed with the autopsy that he was shot 3 times. She didn't say where he was shot 3 times, but she's not released that at this time. But so that might put that to rest, and we can move beyond that, because we see things and we try to see things. You look and look and look and look, and and that video was never quite clear enough to really get a really concise idea about what the hell was going on. So now we were told that he had a surgical cap on in his casket. So, I don't know. Was that something to do with the fact he was some kind of high something or another in the Mormon church or something? Maybe it was his garb or something. I don't know. So that kind of takes one thing I really wanted to either be on the table or completely off the table for quite some time, as to the reality of these two headshots. That it really, honestly, anybody looking at it, it really looks like we're looking at two recoil shots in the head. So hopefully that's put to rest. But yeah, I'm not, now that I've heard that, I'm not going to push that angle anymore, because, the whole point is the truth. And now we got a little more truth. Why is the truth so hard to eke out of everything? Why is it being spoon-fed a little bit by little bit by little bit? And it's so they can twist the narrative. And I still think there's a certain amount of purposefully trying to lather up the true patriots in America to get them to start doing things that are dangerous to get them to be arrested. Let me go off video here for a second. I was looking at this today, and you can go to FBI.gov/Portland. And you come up with this site, and then I go to, and then down there, you can't see it on the screen, but you go to the press room, and I see this right here: man sentenced to prison for Facebook threats. Now, you can't fully see this, but this shows you that the FBI will throw you in prison for typing stuff in Facebook or social media. Timothy Lorraine McCoy Fleming, 24, a transient with no permanent residence, was sentenced yesterday, March 7th, 2016, for 18 months in federal prison for transmitting in interstate commerce. So Facebook is considered interstate commerce. Fleming pled guilty, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so he's been sentenced. According to sentencing memorandum filed by the U.S. Attorney's Office in January 2015, the Albany Police Department in Albany, Oregon, received a call from Fleming's sister reporting that Fleming had posted Facebook threats to kill police officers at Albany City Hall. So, Fleming's sister. So, see something, say something. Fleming's post including statements like, stash the salvation in my pocket, safety off, trigger finger cold and willing, and walk into the Albany City Hall, smile at the uniform as I pass in the hall, turn around, salvation speaks, a roaring sound, uniform goes down, no armor on the head, makes a corrupt dead cop. Fleming's Facebook posting included a picture of a hand holding a pistol and a picture of the front door of Albany City Hall. When police apprehended Fleming, he was carrying an inoperable pellet gun that matched the pistol on the Facebook posting. Before being sentenced, Fleming apologized to the Albany police and the FBI. Judge Michael B. McShane cited Fleming mental illness, homelessness, inoperable gun as factors warranting less prison time. Judge McShane ordered Fleming to participate in mental health treatment programs or to stay at a residential reentry center upon his release from prison. The case was investigated by the Albany Police Department and the FBI. Assistant Attorney William Bud Fitzgerald was the prosecutor. So, now you can be arrested for typing stuff. Freedom of speech? Bye-bye! He's going to be serving time in prison for owning a pellet gun and probably getting a little buzzed and saying stuff, well, maybe he shouldn't have said. But still, that's not against the law. Saying shit is not against the law. I think there's something in the Constitution that says freedom of speech. So, if he wants to get on social media in his own, like your Facebook, just consider that your own house. Wandering around your own house saying stuff. Although, I don't wander around my own house just saying stuff like a lunatic, but still, it's still, you get a Facebook account, that's your space. Your space to operate in. If you don't like what's going on in my space, get out of my space. Quite honestly. There are a lot of people who run around like raging lunatics, yelling and screaming stuff. They're never going to do it. They're just mad, angry, and frustrated. But now that can get you thrown in prison too, apparently. Come on, man. What the hell's going on here?
Who's this from? The FBI?
Yes. Chutes County Sheriff said that these extra shots that I guess were not known about previously were fired by FBI, but here in this release, it's referred to as by law enforcement. So what's your reaction to that?
Well, my reaction to the entire situation is we weren't given the full truth at that initial FBI press conference after the shooting. They selectively released information to the public. They gave us the aerial video. They made certain representations to the public, and they were incomplete and incorrect. And this is why transparency in government is so important, because when the FBI attempts to basically inflame and prejudice the public over a political protest by selectively releasing information, that's something that should appall everyone on the far left to the far right. Because if they're doing it for a bunch of ranchers, imagine what they're going to do to Black Lives Matter or to environmental protesters. Anybody that the government disagrees with, they're all at risk. This case is bigger than just what happened to the Hammonds.
So does this sound like a cover-up to you?
Well, there's an allegation that there's a cover-up, and I've been in this business long enough to know that allegations are allegations. Words are wind. I grew up in Parkville, Missouri, the Show Me State. So, show me the cover-up. Show me the evidence. Show me the information. Don't tell me about it. Show it to me.
How do you see what happened today affecting Emmett Bundy's case?
Well, if there's truly a FBI cover-up, and then the FBI knew that the cover-up was happening, and the FBI continued to investigate the political protest at the refuge, then that's a problem. Recall in court, I requested to have an escort there during the investigation by an investigator employed by our office. That was declined. So, why did they resist that? And these are questions that need to be answered. So what we have is a bunch of folks protesting the government, then the government investigating the government protesters, and then the government accused of covering up the investigation of the government protesters, and then the government investigating their own cover-up in the investigation of the government protesters. That is shocking and unbelievable. I would prefer if state government was investigating the FBI. I prefer that an outside agency was.
Instead of the DOJ.
Instead of the DOJ. The DOJ is prosecuting my client. The DOJ is prosecuting political protesters right now, and now they're going to go investigate the cover-up of the investigation of the political protesters that they're prosecuting.
So you're worried about a conflict there?
Well, there's an absolute conflict. Justice can't be served unless we have sunlight shine on the process by independent investigators, which is why we asked to be present when they processed evidence. We weren't allowed to be there. And, we have a political protest that was done live on YouTube. The sunlight was shining in. They were there to educate. They were there to make political statements, for better or for worse, whether you agree or disagree. They were there talking. They were there educating. And they did it largely under a microscope. They weren't hiding from anyone. And now the FBI is investigating this very sunlit protest under the cover of darkness. I can't speak for, I don't have any military training. I've spoken to military folks that have discussed the placement of the roadblock, the topography, and when someone would be able to see it. And there's some allegations of military tactics that were involved in that. What I find most troubling about the investigation, about what was uncovered, is there was a shot fired at the initial stop before Mr. Finnegan fled. It was purported to be a less than lethal round, a 40 millimeter less than lethal pepper spray round, shot into the canopy of Finnegan's truck. Finicum, as a driver of that truck, would not know it was a less than lethal round. He would know or perceive, he could have perceived that he was unlawfully being fired upon by law enforcement. Under state law, under State versus Oliphant, a citizen is allowed to respond to unlawful force by the government with force of their own, assuming they reasonably believe that that's being used. For instance, in Oregon, in the Ruby Ridge case, when Ms. Weaver was shot holding her infant, in Oregon, Mr. Weaver could have fired back because that was unlawful use of force. He was acquitted, of course, in a court of law on that issue. He didn't use force, but I'm just using that as an example. And I use that as an example because that's the example that the protesters use all the time. And they use the example of Ruby Ridge and Waco as why they made certain statements the way they did, because they didn't want unlawful force to be used against them. And under state law, considering that it's lawful to respond to unlawful force with force of your own, we have to look and see what was going on in Mr. Finicum's head. He gets fired upon, he flees, he comes around the corner, he gets shot at, he tries to go around it, he gets shot at again, he gets out of the vehicle. Had Mr. Finicum shot at law enforcement and survived, we would be asking the question, or a jury would be asked this question, did he reasonably believe that force was being unlawful? And therefore, was he justified in reaching for a gun? Of course, I haven't seen a video of an FBI agent walking up to his dead body and opening his jacket and pulling out the Ruger 9mm. I look forward to receiving that in discovery. But what I find troubling about the allegations of the FBI shots being fired is that we were misled at that original press conference that the FBI conducted. That was a calculated move. The Attorney General Lynch coming to Oregon and speaking about the protests recently was a calculated move. And the only thing that a defendant like Ammon Bundy has is his word and his attorney on his side. And that's why it's important for him to use both of those to speak out about government injustice and lack of transparency in government investigations.
How does this change what you do and how Ammon Bundy's case is going to go going forward?
Well, I mean, it's going to change things in a lot of ways. For one, I'm having deep regrets in ignoring and marginalizing some of the conspiracy theories that have been told to me by witnesses at the scene, witnesses in Harney County. Coming from my background, like I said, I'm a conservative Democrat in Lane County, grew up in the Show Me State. I typically look at those things skeptically and I take it with a grain of salt. So now I want to go back over my notes and look into the allegations of the FBI cover-up a little more detailed.
Yeah, what are some of those theories you're going to have to go back and revisit?
Well, I mean, I'm just, those are issues that were brought up to me, and I can't confirm that the veracity of them. It's just work that we're going to have to do. I mean, that's part of the investigation. When Ammon Bundy has set us out on a mission of truth-seeking, we know the FBI is picking sides, and they're not acting as truth seekers in Mr. Bundy's opinion, and that's what we're going to attempt to show at court. So we're stuck in that role, and so it's going to be very lengthy and expensive, and and it's a shame that while he's presumed innocent, he's incarcerated while my investigation is ongoing.
And Mr. Bundy has not heard about this yet?
No, he's on lockdown until 1 o'clock. So that's the problem with being in jail while you're presumed innocent, is information flows to you very slowly. Obviously, there's allegations about an FBI cover-up, and that's going to have to be investigated. And one thing that's inherently flawed with all investigations into criminal conduct is that we have to trust the investigators to do the investigating. And in modern times, we expect to see head cameras, body cameras on all parts of that investigation, to all conversations of that investigation, to know if there is actually bias going on, if there's mishandling of evidence going on, or, God forbid, a cover-up of part of the investigation. So these are questions that are going to have to be answered. When I learned about this, I was sitting in my office. I got a text message about an article on the Oregonian, because I actually didn't watch the press conference because I was meeting with my client at the time. We got off the phone with him. We got the article, and I was physically appalled at what I read. I mean, I was shocked, and just as a citizen to learn there's allegations by the government, who we're supposed to trust to do investigations. We're supposed to trust, and now we got the government investigating themselves. And, you know, I don't even know what to think about that. I would like to, you know, essentially get the keys to the investigation and go out there and grab up all the information I can and learn what actually happened. And if I could sit down with the FBI right now, you know, I would encourage them to be transparent. I would encourage them not to be afraid of the truth, even if it makes them look bad. Because, you know, the worst thing about any wrongdoing is always the cover-up. We've learned that time and time again. You know, presidents have taught us that lesson at least twice. I mean, probably more than that. And, you know, it's time for the government to stop acting as a marketing company and start acting like a truth teller. I think the most important thing to take away from this whole situation is no matter what you believe in regarding the propriety of their protest, you know, when someone is protesting and when it's reacted to the way it was reacted to by the government, it puts all our liberties in jeopardy. I don't care if you're Julia Butterfly, you know, in a tree living, or you chain yourself to a tree to protest a logging operation. We expect the government to conduct themselves professionally and honestly. And if either one of those are called into question, the system breaks down. And that's why we have defense lawyers, that's why we have the discovery process, and thank God that's why we have juries.
This is Michael Emery with the Voice of Idaho, and we're over here at Lavoy Finnegan's memorial, and I'll tell you, at least they did not take this down. You know, this is where he lost his life. You know, I got a flag up there, a couple of flags. You know, really do care about him. You know, it looks like somebody knocked down the Finnegan, Robert Lavoy Finnegan, and I'm going to put this back up. Somebody knocked down his cross, so I'm gonna put this back up. You know, I can't believe people would do that. So we might have knocked it down.
How's it going?
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, pretty good. I heard the cross was about ready to fall over. I was going to dig a new hole for it.
Where are you? Thank you, man. I come by and seen it down, and appreciate it. Man. My name is Michael Emery. I've been here since the 29th of December.
Oh, Joe Rigney. I'm local from John Day. I was waiting at the meeting Lavoy was headed to.
Well, I'm going to meet with Tad. I own the Voice of Idaho.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Okay,
I know Tad real well.
What I'm doing is I'm going to see what I can do to help assist the guys in Grant County. And I appreciate it. I guess there was people who tried to vandalize it at first. But
Yeah.
it's a damn game camp. Yeah, no kidding. Okay, we need some help here.
Oh, I just want to set it down here so I can.
And these bastards are this up here. Okay, I got some. Fix that. I got it. So you did need my help, didn't you?
Yeah.
Huh? I mean, come on. I mean, we've lost our home and everything. Not saying that to get any sympathy. I'm just saying that it takes dedication, you know.
Oh yeah.
And if you ain't willing to step up to the plate, then get out of the kitchen.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, if you're going to be an officer, you put your life. You say you're not going to do anything to harm the people through my own life.
Yeah.
That's just the way it is. Or don't take a damn job.
Yeah, no kidding. That Sheriff Ward, I don't know about that.
No, he just put in there he's a drunkard and doesn't want his wife knowing about some of the chickies he gets and stuff. That's all.
Something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah, he.
Sheriff Ward's just a puppet they put up there. That's all he is. Everybody knows it.
All right, sounds good.
So, you have a good day.
Yeah, you too. Thanks.
Hey, thank you for doing this.
Oh yeah,
I
of
really
course.
appreciate it.
My hands are all muddy. All righty.
I don't care. All right, brother. All about those baby skills. I gotta get my camera.
Oh yeah.
I was about to leave it.
Alright, so we're kind of coming up to the end of this stuff. I do want to again say there is a lot of alternative media that is doing good stuff. There's a lot of alternative media that is doing the same thing mainstream media is doing. You know, I see guys that are doing a really good job. I wish they would cover all of this stuff a little bit more, but you know, that's their choice. I don't run these other stations. I can help them if they ever need my help with ways to do production and handle phone calls a little better. I've been doing this for going on 5 years. Well, going on 6 years. We're in year 5 now. Any of these guys need some help, I'm more than willing to help them. We've got up here, you can't see it real clear right now, but Operation American Spring, where I have a page I haven't gotten to yet, in which I'm going to start listing these alternative media points that are really good. Sierra Strikes Back has been doing an amazing job. Gavin Seam, amazing job. Sentinel Spitfire, amazing job. There's a whole bunch of them. I don't keep them all in my head. I'm subscribed to a whole bunch of people. Some of them I subscribe just to see what's going on. I know Newsmax has got somebody on, but they flag my videos if I use any of their stuff. It's like the other night, or a couple of weeks ago, I did an 8-hour show and I used 2 minutes of a Newsmax video and the whole video got taken down. That's 8 hours of work. Now I went back and found it and cut it out and put it back up, but that's just more work I had to do. Over a couple of minutes. I mean, and then they monetized my video. Gotta love that, don't you? See? So anyway. But here's my impression with I hope this doesn't get me a flag, but I think it's funny. This is my impression of so much of alternative media these days.
Move it or I'm putting it on the news.
What's your problem?
Move that car or move it or I'm putting you on the news.
What's it on the news? Go ahead.
I'm putting you on the news. Move that stupid car. Move it. Move it or lose it. That's right, move it. You better move it, or I'll put it on the news. Get away! Get away! I'm putting you on the news.
Put me on the news.
I'm putting this on the news. Get away from my car! Get away! Get away! Get away! Get away! I'm putting you on the news.
Put me on the news.
I'm putting you on the news. I'm putting you on the news. Get back here. Get back here. I'm putting you on the news.
Why?
Because I'm putting you on the news.
Okay.
Can I help you, sir?
Yeah, I'm putting you on the news.
For what reason, sir?
I'm putting you on the news. I do not.
Truth unveiled here, and in case you have not seen the headline, yes, this is true. Over 100 nations worldwide are conducting some type of military drill or involved with the war games somehow. And there could be more, and I'm going to show you and take you to all the links just to prove to you just what's going on and just what time it is, because World War III is here. But I'm at The Guardian, and it says the U.S. will not rule out Saudi.
Now I'm going to move on into some of this other stuff, but because although I've been really involved in this, there's other stuff going on in the world that we need to be really aware of what the hell's going on. So I'm adding a lot of other stuff in here for this very specific reason. You know, the Middle East is still on fire. No matter what's going on in Oregon or Nevada or out west, the Middle East
campaign, and you're going to see just what that campaign is. But it says the U.S. Defense Secretary has refused to rule out Saudi Arabia sending ground troops into Syria, but added that it was just one option and there were other ways the Saudis could contribute to fight against the Islamic State, because that's what they want us to believe. Ash Carter was speaking on the eve of a meeting of defense ministries, from 49 countries at NATO headquarters to discuss how to step up efforts against ISIS in Syria and Iraq. Yes, because they're the ones causing it. We know exactly what they're doing. But he said the meeting was important because we need to accelerate the campaign, and we have a very clear operational picture of how to do it. Now we just need the resources and the forces to fall in behind it. So basically to justify World War III, because we know exactly who's funding ISIS and that so-called terror threat. We know exactly who's behind it. I'll give you a hint. It's your lovely government. But wow, 49 countries at NATO are behind this and discussing the push for war, the push for the invasion of Syria, the push for all this. And mind you, this was only a month ago on February 10th. So you can only imagine the progress that they've made. And like I said, and I'll leave the link below so that you can see it, and just so you can see what time it is. But in fact, I want to take you to all the other military drills and exercises that are going on and the countries that are behind them. And I just want you to see how many there are. There were so many of them that I had to write all of them down. So I'm going to take you to each one and, of course, leave the links below. Now, of course, we must be very vigilant because we don't know if they're actually telling us truth or if they're actually just giving us a bunch of hype. But with that in mind, we're going to keep going, and we're going to talk about Cold Response 2016. And this is the official website for it. It's a Norwegian website, but it says Cold Response is the Norwegian Armed Forces main winter exercise. It is held every other year, and our partners are invited to participate. And Cold Response 2016 is held in the Trøndelag counties in central Norway from the February 19th to the 22nd of March. But the main exercise phase is from the 2nd to the 9th of March, and 15,000 soldiers from 14 nations will be participating. And the following nations will include Belgium, Canada, Denmark, Finland, Germany, Latvia, the Netherlands, Poland, Spain, Sweden, the US, the UK, and Norway. And there will be other participants from NATO themselves. And as you can see, they're getting ready and preparing. I'll have a lot more to show you on this. So we see that over 15,000 troops are getting ready for this, and in what to use to justify war. Because what is NATO? NATO is what? The means and the tool that our government uses to justify war. And we see this also as well on the U.S. Army website, where it says the U.S. Army warms up with Norwegian cold weather training exercise. And it says thermometers may be sub-zero, but in Norwegian winter, freezing is not an option. Combat action is not weather dependent, and a soldier does not wait for weather to warm up to react to fire. For the first time, the U.S. Army joined 16,000 military personnel from 13 nations in Central Norway's exercise Cold Response 2016. According to them, it's 13, but according to the actual report, it's 14, to conduct combat operations training in extreme cold weather environments. And we see who are joining, and we see the operations and the exercise that they're going to be doing and the purposes. And of course, they say we have different challenges and all this other stuff. The war games continue. And the question is, why all the war games? I am at the National, and it's talking about Northern Thunder. And Northern Thunder, I actually reported a couple of days ago regarding the largest military drill to take place in Saudi Arabia in Middle Eastern history in the region. And it said that 20 nations are to be taking part in this, as well as over 100,000 troops with thousands of tanks and hundreds of helicopters. It is looking very World War III-esque. But it says Saudi Arabia hosts joint military exercise. Armed forces from 20 countries have begun maneuvers in northeastern Saudi Arabia, described by the official SPA, and I'll leave the link below, as one of the world's biggest military exercises. Troops from the other 5 Gulf Arab states, the UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, as well as Pakistan, Malaysia, Turkey, Egypt, Morocco, Jordan, and Sudan, and there are more, are among those participating in the Rad al-Shamal, or Northern Thunder exercise, SPA agency reported. The military drill, which began on Saturday and involves ground, air, and naval forces, will be one of the world's most important military exercises based on the number of forces participating and the area of territory used, the agency said. Why all the war games? Why? Because it says here, it said a major goal of the exercise was to improve training and responding to the threat posed by terrorist groups. I'm telling you, that's what they have to keep telling you. That's the only way they can make this go, with the war on terror threat. The so-called threat. Rumors of wars, because war on terror, they're just using that as an ends to a means. There is no terror besides the terror that our government and the Jewish Zionists are creating. But if you thought that was it, think again, because according to the Egypt Independent, and this was posted on Sunday, Egypt and France are to start what's called the Operation Ramses 2016, which is a joint military exercise which is going to be against, or to take action against militant groups in Libya. And it's conducted along the Mediterranean near Alexandria, and it has to do with naval interdiction operations. And we're going to read about that right here. But it says France and Egypt began a joint military exercise dubbed Ramses 2016 on Sunday, involving the naval and air forces of the two nations. No surprise that they used the name of an old pharaoh. No surprise there. The exercise, which is due to last for several days, is being conducted in Mediterranean waters off the coast near Alexandria and in Egyptian airspace. The Egyptian FREMM class frigate Long Live Egypt is taking part. The first time it will be tested in a joint military exercise. Also taking part are French-made Rafale fighters, along with F-16 fighters and AEW and sea warning and surveillance aircraft. Both the FREMM class frigate and the Rafale fighters were supplied to Egypt by France as part of their ongoing cooperation on military hardware and operations. And we see where they got their stuff from and the weapons deal. And it says this exercise includes naval interdiction operations aimed at intercepting enemy vessels, as well as the provision of air support to operations. Are you seeing how they're causing the problem and offering the solution by saying, oh my goodness, they're so-called terrorists, and now the best way to combat this so-called threat is war, World War III. But I'm also here at the RFI, where it talks about the France and Egypt military operations as well. And it says Egypt and France began Sunday joint maneuvers in the Mediterranean, in which France Rafale warplanes purchased by Cairo last year are taking part, the Egyptian army said. The Ramses 2016 military and naval exercise is being held off the coast of the Mediterranean city of Alexandria and are expected to last for several days, the army said on its Facebook page. Paris announced the maneuvers Tuesday, saying the French aircraft carrier Charles de Gaulle, which is being used to launch airstrikes strikes on the Islamic State group in Syria and Iraq would also take part, because that's the big threat that they're trying to feed us, when we know that no, they're just funding it all together. They as in the elite, they as in these world governments. So far we have 14 nations participating with Cold Response 2016, and the main bulk of that is supposed to take place between March 2nd through March 9th, 2016. We also have Northern Thunder, which began around February 14th and is supposed to end March 10th, 2016, and 20 nations are involved with that. At least that's what they're telling us. And now we have Ramses 2016, which just began yesterday on Sunday, March the 6th, and is supposed to be lasting what they call several days. But if you thought that was it, think again, because no, there's more. There's always more. And so here I am at the Hindu, and it says A-scene plus military drill begins in Pune. Another military drill, and this was just a couple of days ago. But it says military personnel of adversarial world powers converged upon the Aund military station in Pune, India, to thrall spectators with the largest multinational field training exercise, or FTX, ever conducted on Indian soil. Wow, so they just had a large exercise drill in the Middle East, in Saudi Arabia, and they have a large one in Europe right now. Now they have another large one in India, and we're about to see another large one being conducted in South Korea a little bit later. At least that's what they're telling us. But it says the week-long exercise being held from March 2nd to March 8th is christened Force 18, initially labeled FTX 2016. The spectacle is an elaborate and ambitious military training exercise involving Army units from 18 countries, often locked as adversities in the arena of global realpolitik. They include 9 members of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations and 8 observer states that include India, Japan, Korea, China, Russia, the US, Australia, and New Zealand. Myanmar, or Burma, was compelled to back out owing to elections and security issues pertaining to border infiltration. And so the other 9 nations that are involved with the A-scene are Vietnam, Thailand, Brunei, Cambodia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Laos, Philippines, and Singapore. So we see 17 nations, or as according to them, 18 nations that are involved with this particular military drill that's going on in Pune, India, which is taking place for about a week. We see that it's taking place this week. But if you thought that was it, think again. Oh, like I said, there is always more. And here we are on the Korea Times, and it says largest ever Korea-U.S. military drill kicks off today. And this is according March 6, 2016, so this past Sunday. But it says allies to focus on surgical strikes on NK nuke facilities, because that's something else they also want us to believe and condition us that, oh my goodness, North Korea has nuclear bombs. Give me a break. But it says South Korea and the U.S. will begin their largest ever joint military exercise Monday, with a focus on the swift deployment of U.S. strategic assets and surgical strikes against North Korea's key nuclear, missile, and other military facilities. The annual spring exercises on the Korean peninsula will include 2 parallel drills, Key Resolve and Full Eagle. So these are the 2 exercises that they're doing. And what does it have? Involving over 300,000 South Korean troops and 15,000 U.S. personnel, according to South Korean military officials Sunday. They said this is almost double the number of personnel in previous years. Is this ringing some alarm bells to you? I hope so, because if not, then there's a serious problem here. But it says this will be the biggest Seoul, Washington military exercises since 2010, when Pyongyang launched a deadly torpedo attack on South Korean naval frigate Cheonan, an official said. And who knows if that actually happened? That could be propaganda as well. We don't know. And it talks about the test and what they plan on doing and how they plan to countermeasures against North Korea's attacks. Because remember, they're trying to justify this war any way they can. And we also see how they try to justify the war in the South China Sea a couple of months ago. So wow, so not only do we have the Cold Response 2016, which involves 14 nations, Northern Thunder said to be the largest in Middle Eastern history with 20 nations, and Ramses 2016 with 2 nations, but now we have Force 18, or FTX 16, which is what, 17 nations. And it's interesting that they call it and dub it as what's called Force 18. Force 18 is in 2018? Because last I checked, the year 2018, according to the Economist cover of 1988, just so happened to show the year 2018. Could they be showing us something? Could they be kicking off something before it even started? I don't know. We'll find out soon enough. But that's not all, because according to the U.S. Army, U.S. and Poland military staff met to plan the road to Anaconda 16, and this was just last month. So yes, there is another military drill and exercise, but this one will not be until the summer in the month of June, but still something to look out for. It says LT General Ben Hodges, Commanding General U.S. Army Europe, and Polish Brigade General Sławomir, and I'm not even going to try to pronounce that last name, Deputy Commander Poland's Armed Forces Operational Command, fielded questions from reporters regarding Exercise Anaconda 16 here, February 5th. And it says Exercise Anaconda 16 is a Polish-led joint multinational exercise scheduled to take place in Poland from June 7th through the 17th. Representatives from most of the 24 NATO and partner nations participating in the exercise gathered at Clay Kaserne here to participate in the concept of operations rehearsal. More war games, more preparation. A press conference was held in conjunction with the rehearsal. It involves more than 25,000 service members and military staff and is a premier training event for U.S. Army, Europe, and partner nations. The exercise will set conditions for success at the NATO biannual summit in July 2016 in Warsaw, Poland. Wow, no surprise there, no coincidence there. They just so happen to take off this military exercise just before the NATO biannual summit that's going to be in Poland as well. No surprise there, no coincidence there. And so we see these nations participating, which include Albania, Bulgaria, Canada, Croatia, the Czech Republic, Estonia, Finland, Georgia, Germany, Hungary, Kosovo, Latvia, Lithuania, Macedonia, Poland, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, Spain, Sweden, Turkey, the UK, and of course our favorite, the US. Why all these nations? Why so many preparing for this one little thing? What are they really getting ready for? So we see for a fact that not only is this taking place to come in the summer, but we see Cold Response, which is 14 nations, Northern Thunder, which is 20 nations, Ramses 2016, which is 2 nations, Force 18, which is taking place in Pune, India, with the ASEAN countries and the 8 observer states to make 17 nations, South Korea and US, and if you include North Korea, that is 3 nations, and not to mention this, 24 nations. But if you thought that was it, think again, because there's even more taking place, and I'm going to show you just what I mean. Now, this is according to Breitbart, and as you can see, the Bulgarian army conducts major exercise on Greek border, offers to solve migrant crisis in a day, because I wonder who's behind and funding
but the person you called has a voicemail box that has not been set up
refugee
yet.
crisis. I wonder who's behind it, and maybe they're the same people funding these so-called military drills, exercises, and so-called ISIS. But now, if you include Bulgaria and Greece, you get even 2 more nations that are also just so happen to be preparing for joint military drills and exercises at the same time. No coincidence there, but it says the Bulgarian army...
You know, I know they had a whole bunch of court dates going on. I'm going to try to call Sergeant Moe. I've been having some issues getting a hold of these people recently, and I'm not sure why. Let's see if she picks up. I don't know. Guess not. Okay, we'll just return to this.
Yesterday conducted a major exercise on the Greek border, testing their capacity to deal with the migrant influx. What are they getting ready for? It sounds like martial law to me. Sounds like the UX drills that are going on here to combat so-called political dissidents in America. Oh yeah, because that's a real threat. But it says the Prime Minister slammed the Greek response to the crisis and offered up his forces to deal with migrants. And Bulgaria Premier Bokyo Borisov also boasted that his forces could crack down on people smugglers in Greece in a day, and said he would push to have all illegal migrants harshly criminalized. Wow, notice how they're trying to do it in a day? Kind of sounds like martial law, just like what they did with Paris and Belgium. No different. And it talks about the fence that are along the border and the drill itself. You can come check this out yourself. Like I said, I'm going to leave the links below. And this also is from the Daily Saba in Europe, where it says Bulgaria exercised border drills amid rising refugee numbers. And we see the threat of the refugees and more refugees coming in, because I wonder who is behind all of this. It's the same people. It's the same thing. Now, like I said, this is just some of them. Like I said, if I go down the list, we get Cold Response 2016, which is 14 nations that are taking place in Europe. We get Northern Thunder, which is the largest, taking place in Saudi Arabia with 20 other African and Arab nations. We have Ramses 2016, which is between France and Egypt to fight off so-called military in Libya. And then we have Force 18, which is the ASEAN countries and the 8 observer states, which are taking place this week in Pune, India, which totals us to 17 nations. And we have North Korea, South Korea, and the U.S., and both U.S. and South Korea taking part in the largest drill with over 300,000 troops. And we have Anaconda 2016, which is 24 nations, which is to take place in June 2016, not to mention Bulgaria and Greece with Border 2016. Why all the war games? Now, it should not surprise us that all of this is taking place in the same week as the Shiva Festival, which is actually taking place today. I actually just did a post about that. It's no surprise and no coincidence that over 7 different military drills and exercises and joint exercises that we know of are taking place around the same time as the Shiva Festival. And by the way, if you don't know who Shiva is, he is the god of destruction according to Hinduism. No surprise there, not to mention the UX drills that are taking place in America. Wow, so many war games going on. Now, of course, they're telling us that they'll run to a certain point. They could run longer. They could already be done. We don't know. And like I said, some of them could be made up. We just do not know. Not only that, but we don't even, these are the ones they're telling us. There could be many, many more, and there could be many, many, many more nations that are actually taking part and funding all of this that they're not reporting. But here I am at the Business Insider, and the reason I'm here is because I want to show you the NATO military exercise in Europe's far north, or Cold Response 2016, and some of the pictures that they have. But as you can see, they are getting ready for something. They have the tanks ready to go. The question is, are you ready? Everything is set, ready to go. And like I said, I'll leave this link below, but here's some of the pictures. And like you said, you can see the tanks for yourself. You can see the warning signs for yourself. But when I count up all the military drills and exercises, including the war games going on, including the 49 defense ministers from NATO, who come from 49 countries, when you total all that up, I get a grand count of about 130. Over 100 nations are partaking in this. And you mean to tell me that this is all a coincidence? This is all, they're just getting ready for, anything, little thing. Oh my goodness. No, you all need to wake up and see the warning signs ahead of time. Wake up, get your head out of the sand if it's not already out, and see just what time it is. Because it's time for what? World War III, New World Order, one world government, one world religion. It is time for all of that. And are you awoke to the warning signs ahead of time? Because if not, this is going to take you by storm, by surprise. And like I said, the fact that they're doing this worldwide and over 100 nations participating, it's only a matter of time until there is a full-fledged war. Will it begin soon? I don't know, but the warning signs are ahead, and it's not. And we shouldn't even be surprised, because all of this is taking place around the same time as when? March 6th. Very, very interesting and suspicious indeed. But like I said, I'm going to leave all these links below because you need to see what time it is. And hopefully this will help you wake up even more. But like I said, it's over 100 nations involved with war games and military drills and military exercises somehow. But this is Truth Unveiled here, keeping you updated. If you already haven't, please seek Yahuwah and his true son, Yahusha, because as you can see, time is running out. Time is running short. But will you wake up and heed the warning? I hope so. This is Truth Unveiled here saying, Shalom. Slave to the government once again, and I'm here at the Cornell University Law School Legal Information Institute, where it even shows and proves in government documents and legal documents.
I'd like to put into context the events of the last few days with regard to negotiations both in Munich and in Brussels. There was an agreement in Munich under the Syrian support group to reach.
Well, earlier today, we learned from prosecutors that the shooting death of Lavoy Finicum was ruled justified. They say that the state law allows for the use of deadly force when officers believe that someone is going to be an imminent threat to themselves or someone else. Well, now we have some cell phone video from inside of the vehicle that has surfaced just a mere hours after this decision was made public. And of course, now they're saying the FBI agents are under investigation. We're going to be playing that video coming up later in the show. We'll get David Knight's and Joe Biggs' response. It is shocking footage. It might have some dire implications for that decision and those FBI agents. So stick around for that. Now, we know that there are 4 states today who are working on their primaries. Who will they choose to be their candidate? And of course, in most of those states, Trump has the lead, but it's a very small lead. And of course, this is following this concerted effort by the establishment to take out Trump. Now, we also are learning that there are technology leaders, including Apple CEO Tim Cook and other government insiders, who met over the weekend at the American Enterprise Institute's annual World Forum, which is held at Sea Island in Georgia. They met there to plot the downfall of the Republican presidential candidate. So in addition to Cook, there was also Google founder Larry Page, Tesla and SpaceX chief Elon Musk. The Napster creator was there, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, House Speaker Paul Ryan, a number of other Republican senators. So all of these people were meeting to figure out how to take out Donald Trump. Now, why are they doing this? Now, they've got so many other opportunities that they're saying that they're going to be using. They say the neocons and Republicans opposed to them could be forming a third party. Republican leaders have discussed the possibility of changing RNC rules to unbind delegates at the convention before the first round of balloting in order to undermine Trump. Others have mulled the idea of launching a negative ad campaign against Trump, which we know that they've already spent $150 million, the Republican establishment, to take out the top Republican contender. Why are they doing this? This is absolutely insane, and it should show you who the establishment is actually against. They're not using that money to take out Hillary Clinton or Bernie Sanders, taking out one of their own. And we've seen the gist of these negative ads with now everywhere, Trump is Hitler. And so this is what we're seeing. There's this picture going around where you see everyone raising their hands at one of these Trump rallies. And Donald Trump was asking everyone to raise their hands if they pledge that they're going to vote for Donald Trump coming up in the election. Of course, they all raise their hands. And so now it's all of a sudden that they're imitating the Heil Hitler type salutes. And actually, Ted Cruz came out earlier today and said, well, it's just crazy that people would pledge allegiance to a candidate. You're supposed to pledge to the flag or pledge to your country. Meanwhile, it's the GOP establishment that made everyone on the stage take the pledge that they would support the candidate, whoever was chosen, and they wouldn't run a third party. So they actually had to sign a pledge. So that doesn't make a whole lot of sense there. But the fact is, it's the GOP establishment that's being very fascist-like in trying to put the boot down on anyone who would dare challenge the authority of the state. And now we have Fox News' Brett Baier coming out saying some Republicans are saying that they're going to back Hillary Clinton over Donald Trump. They don't want him to take over the party. So that just lets you know how against this whole thing they are. And I've already said they're definitely going to do something pretty big to stop Trump. And we know that there is going to be a revolt if they steal the election there and use their delegates to take away the votes of the American people. I think a lot of people are going to see right through that and be very upset. So either A, that's why they're getting all of that riot gear for the convention that's coming up, or something else really catastrophic is in the works. And this is what Michael Snyder is actually proposing there over at his blog. He's saying, you know, late in his second term, Obama is really starting to become extremely aggressive with the rest of the world. Is Barack Obama trying to start a war? And will that be used as an excuse to stay in office once his term is over? Now, I know we've talked about this a lot before with other presidents, and Larry Nichols actually said the Clintons know that whichever president is in office when a war starts, they'll get to stay. So honestly, I think Obama is ready to get the heck out of there. He wants to go work for SportsCenter or ESPN. But just take a look at just some of the things that have been going on in just the last few months. He's angered China by sailing an aircraft carrier task force past these disputed islands in the South China Sea. He's provoking North Korea by simulating an invasion of that nation during a military exercise that's going to involve more than 300,000 troops. He's backing Saudi Arabia and Turkey as they're making moves that could very well start World War III in the Middle East. And of course, if that did happen, it would give Obama the excuse that he needs to exercise his emergency powers, which could potentially suspend the election that's scheduled for November. Now, I wouldn't put it past the powers that be to pull something crazy like this, but at the very least, if the Democratic candidate ends up being someone like Bernie Sanders, they have to be able to justify the need for the military-industrial complex, as well as they are going to have to be able to subdue the masses who are really upset about the fact that they're seeing behind the curtain and seeing how the presidential candidates are really chosen, because it's not your vote that matters if you vote for someone that the establishment does not want. So here in these last days, Obama's big foreign policy accomplishment is being put to the test again. Iran has conducted new missile tests, of course, defying these U.S. sanctions. So they conducted multiple ballistic missile tests Tuesday, and they said it was a display of deterrent power. And the state media there announced that short, medium, and long-range precision-guided missiles were fired from several sites to show the country's all-out readiness to confront threats against its territorial integrity. So the U.S. hit Iran with fresh sanctions on its missile program in January, just 24 hours after they lifted some different sanctions that were related to Tehran's nuclear activities under this landmark deal with the world powers. But this deal sounds really familiar. What about a flashback to Clinton's nuclear deal with North Korea?
North Korea will freeze and then dismantle its nuclear program. South Korea and our other allies will be better protected. The entire world will be safer as we slow the spread of nuclear weapons. South Korea, with support from Japan and other nations, will bear most of the cost of providing North Korea with fuel to make up for the nuclear energy it is losing. And they will pay for an alternative power system for North Korea that will allow them to produce electricity while making it much harder for them to produce nuclear weapons. The United States and international inspectors will carefully monitor North Korea to make sure it keeps its commitments. Only as it does so will North Korea fully join the community of nations.
Seems like the new deal is very much like the old deal. Why are we negotiating with these rogue nations? Now Iran, just like North Korea, is threatening to walk away from the nuke deal after their new missile test. The Iranian leaders say that they are poised to walk away from the deal if the United States and other global powers fail to advance the Islamic Republic's national interests. They say if our interests aren't met under this nuclear deal, what's the point? There'll be no reason for us to continue. So here we go. This is why you don't negotiate with rogue nations.
Tensions between North Korea and the Western world are escalating once again. This time, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea threatened a preemptive and offensive nuclear strike. This statement was made in response to joint U.S.-South Korea exercises. Operations Key Resolve and Full Eagle have begun, and they will continue until April 30th. The state-run North Korean Central News Agency published a statement that says, As the joint military exercises to be staged by the enemies are regarded as the most undisguised nuclear war drills aimed to infringe upon the sovereignty of the DPRK, its military counteraction will be more preemptive and offensive nuclear strikes. Meanwhile, the White House says they are closely monitoring the situation. We urge North Korea to refrain from proactive actions and statements that aggravate tensions and instead focus on fulfilling its international obligations and commitments, said a senior administration official. Saber rattling is not uncommon for North Korea, especially around this time for annual military exercises. CNN's international correspondent Paula Hancock says they have threatened this before, and these kinds of threats are to be expected this time of year.
Well, Amra, I think this has certainly been expected because this is going to be the first day of those joint military drills between the US and South Korea. Every single year, these irritate Pyongyang. They see them as a dress rehearsal to an invasion, which is why every year we see the rhetoric increasing. Of course, this year it's more tense than usual because of the backdrop. Of course, we have the UN sanctions that were just passed last week.
And as of now, the situation has been escalating at an alarming rate. In January 2016, North Korea claimed to have successfully tested a hydrogen bomb.
주체 105 2016년 1월 6일 10시 주체 조선의 첫 수소탄 시험이 성공적으로 진행되었다.
In February, North Korea claims to have successfully launched an Earth satellite into orbit using a long-range missile. Earlier this month, the UN Security Council voted to impose sanctions on North Korea. Soon after, a North Korean ship was impounded in the Philippines as part of these new UN sanctions. Kim Jong-un responded by saying that he needs to be ready for nuclear conflict. Nuclear warheads need to be ready for use at any time. And that's a direct quote from Kim Jong-un. U.S. officials say they are considering these threats true because they cannot risk underestimating them. Now you can say that again. We will keep a close eye on this as the story continues to unfold. Stay tuned for updates at Infowars.com.
So what happens when you flood your country with refugees who you can't vet, and potentially some of them have fought alongside jihadi groups in Syria? And of course, you tell them that they do not need to assimilate. You paint them as the victims so they can, of course, play on the soft feelings of young, impressionable teenagers and women and social justice warriors everywhere. Well, you have this next story. A Danish 16-year-old girl has been arrested for possessing explosives in the tiny Danish town of Kundby. She was planning to blow up 2 schools, according to prosecutors. So the girl, she was 15 when she was arrested. She was a recent convert to Islam, and a 24-year-old man who had fought with jihadi groups in Syria was also arrested in connection with this case. Now, the pair were going to use acetone peroxide, which is a highly volatile chemical, which was used in the Paris terror attacks. So, of course, you know, she was showing support for Islamic groups on her Facebook page, other terrorist groups. So I'm sure this really nice 24-year-old gentleman was playing on the insecurities of a 15-year-old girl, and she converts to Islam, and then she's going to go blow up some schools. Very, very interesting. And now Jakari Jackson with an update on some other terror activities going on around the world.
I have some news of very unfortunate terror attacks that have plagued the world just over the past week. An American tourist was stabbed to death in one of 3 bloody terror attacks that rocked Israel Tuesday. Palestinian attackers shot and stabbed a dozen policemen and civilians in separate assaults around Israel, continuing near-daily incidents that began in October and have left more than 200 Israelis and Palestinians dead. But it's not just there. We also see reports out of Syria. As many as 8 rockets fired from Syrian territory controlled by the Islamic State terror group landed in Turkey on Tuesday, killing 2 people, including a 4-year-old boy, officials said. Which makes me wonder, you throw back to the video of the airdrop grenades and rockets to ISIS, are some of those same armaments being used against the people in Syria now? The mayor of the border city of Kilis said Turkish artillery retaliated by firing at ISIS targets in Syria. At least one of the rockets fired from Syria hit a neighborhood in Kilis, killing a woman and injuring 2 boys riding inside of a car. But not all the attacks are perpetrated by the terrorists. Sometimes the terrorists themselves get struck. We have a report out of the Pentagon. The Pentagon says a U.S. strike on Saturday struck a training camp for fighters in Somalia who were preparing to launch a large-scale attack. CBS News correspondent David Martin reports that the Pentagon says the fighters were in the final stages of planning an attack against the African Union mission in Somalia, which includes U.S. personnel. So we'll keep you up to date with the latest. Back to you, Leanne.
Now be sure and join us tomorrow night. We're going to give you the hotly anticipated InfoWars Democratic debate coverage. It's going to be myself, Joe Biggs, Rob Dew, and the whole crew. We're going to be going live at 7 p.m. Central. We're going to be taking your phone calls before, during, and after the debate. So be sure to join us. Tuning in at 7 p.m. Central, we will be going live. Now, coming up later in the show, Joe Biggs is going to air a report that he did kind of following that last Democratic debate where we learned that white people don't know what it means to be poor. So he went out and found some of these very privileged white folks and figured out if they could actually go and check their privilege. But first, Alex Jones is going to break down some of the dark secrets of these social engineers and the realities behind the death cult of abortion supporters. And then, of course, John Bowen with his secret societies. You know what? They're no longer that secret.
Hey, what's up, YouTube? What's up, America? What's up, Patriots? James D here, JD, coming at you from San Francisco, California. Frisco. Just got something I wanted to get off my chest here. So when I first started posting these videos, or posted videos on my channel, I've had a channel, like I said before, I've had a channel for a long time, but that was just so my kids could go on there and look at cartoon stuff, or I posted a few private vids of my family just so my kids at swimming pools and stuff like that. And I wasn't using YouTube like I'm using it now. I wasn't posting videos and spreading awareness and whatnot.
Alright, I think I'm going to be able to bring on...
Hey!
Hey Mo, how you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
Not too bad. Been a long day. Alright, it's been a long couple of days, and a rather harrowing couple of days, quite honestly, looking at all this information that keeps coming out, etc. How are you doing?
I'm wet and cold. Well, I'm drying off and I'm defrosting from the weather. We were out in the rain for a little extra time than I would have liked, but we're good. We're good. I'm here with Al Hines right now. I was gonna try and get some administrative work done so that because as you know, I'm trying to still plug in my show. And I saw your messages. Are we on live?
Yeah, we're on live. Go ahead and promote where your show is and all that kind of stuff first, and then we'll move into what the hell what all happened today out there at the courts.
Roger that. Okay, well, the show is called The Oath with Staff Sergeant Mo. I have a problem with my phone. I'll have to unplug it. The Oath with Staff Sergeant Mo. You can find me, first of all, on Facebook at Maureen Peltier. And then The Oath with Staff Sergeant Mo has its own page, too. And in the descriptions and about is where you'll find the YouTube link to the show, which we're still working on the administrative portion to get me going live on my own show. And some other account, I'm trying to set it up with the conference thing and everything so I can get the show going with good quality. But we are almost there. Well, we're really able to go live if we want at any time. But I'm trying to do a good, conference.
Well, if you need any help, just let me know. I've been doing this for 5 years. If you need any assistance, just let me know. I can help you out, okay?
Thank you, sweetie. I got Al here. He's probably going to help me plug away at some more administrative work tonight. But anyways, yeah. And then I got rid of PayPal because they restricted my account for, it's been 3 weeks. And I've complied to almost every resolution, actually every single resolution that they asked for. And then they went right back to the very beginning with, questions about kind of business I run and stuff. which I had already explained to them in the very beginning. And then I on the third time, they wanted me to, they got really invasive. They wanted my social security number and all kinds of things. So, I figured, what, the FBI is probably behind this and you guys are fired. So I got rid of PayPal, and the only way to receive donations now is through the Facebook private message center, where you can actually, there's like a way to receive or make payments in the private message center. And I have a description that shows how to do that. And then I set up a PO box last night. I still have to sign, I forgot what the form's called, 158 or something like that. I forgot. I have to print it out when I get home this weekend and sign it, and then go get it notarized by my bank and turn it in, and then I'll be able to receive any mail, cards, letters, donations. So that's up and running. So as you can see, I'm just plugging away at all the different aspects.
It kind of becomes a pain in the butt. Yeah, PayPal did that to me way back in the beginning. Basically, I run everything everything I have, my farm, everything through PayPal. So they're getting enough fees; they don't care.
No, yeah. There's actually, when I'm not the only one too. I noticed that they're attacking a lot of the people in the Patriot community, specifically starting to target them now. So I don't really have much good to say about them any longer. But I will be looking for another app too for a crowdfunding situation that's inexpensive to zero fees. Similar, I'm getting a lot of recommendations in, so I'll still get a third easy donation. I'll make sure it's easy for people, so it only takes them a moment. But anyways, yeah, I'm just plugging away at those things. But today was court, as you know. First off, at the second part of the day at 1:30 p.m., Jason Blumgren, he had a court appearance for his arraignment finally, here in Portland at least. And he, let's see here, what do you call them again? Pre-trial personnel recommends his release based off of the plan that they provided, pretrial services. And he received that. The government, of course, made their best attempt, which was, again, feeble, at citing that, let's see here, the CR-51 case in Brown with Judge Brown should proceed, but the CR-64 with Judge Jones is probably going to be dismissed. And then he was arraigned today earlier on the preliminary hearings for the superseding indictments that are coming up. Judge Park says that the CR-64 case is still alive and needs to be entered in some sort of order, but he understands it will be fully dismissed. And then the pretrial services made their recommendation for release, and he conceded to that at court with the father, Jason Blumgren's father, as the person chosen for custody. The pretrial services denied any of the supporters that were there. Several volunteers stood up when they got the phone call, when we got the call from the attorneys, stood up and said that they would take Jason and take him to his parents' house in North Carolina because his parents are both elderly and of ill health. And so people did volunteer to provide a better plan than putting his father out that way, especially when his parents are also taking care of his two boys right now. So it's very complex to have his father come get him, but the pretrial services said, no, we'll release him under that condition with his father getting him. And of course, they gave him other conditions as far as, he'll have to remain put in the home and he'll have his bracelet on, his ankle bracelet, things like that. And so before the judge ruled on it, the government then did its prosecution monologue talking about how they have a photo of him holding a long gun. Ooh, scary stuff. And, the photo, I've seen it before online. We all have. It's him just posing, not brandishing, posing. And, I was thinking about that, and I hope all the attorneys, I'm trying to spread the word. I've already told one investigator, one of the attorneys, that it's a really good angle to think about. And this was Daryl Thorne's investigator. A good angle to think about. The truth is, they weren't brandishing weapons because there was nobody there to brandish the weapons at anyways. Federal government never made their way up to them. Neither did local law enforcement. As you know, they were all invited. So I don't know what they were brandishing their weapons at. And this is separate from the Clive and Bundy event at the Bundy Ranch. This is just the Oregon. I'm just speaking directly about Oregon. And the only thing that you have the government showing over and over again is photos of them with their weapons, posing. No different than soldiers have photos of us posing with our rifles and AR-15s. That didn't make us a threat. The only threat that a soldier would pose to you is if you shoot at us, we shoot back. You know, it's called a defense. And an ROE overseas, you know, we were on the, you know, we weren't primarily most soldiers like myself in combat support roles were on the defense only if necessary. Otherwise, we're going about our day, trying to get supplies where they need to be. We attack no one unless attacked. But when you see us with our weapons posing and stuff, that's not brandishing a weapon, that's posing. So that's what you see the guys doing a lot. So I brought that point up, and it was a perfect point I just made the other day. And then I hear right away off the bat in court today, the government's talking about a long gun, like it's wrong. And then what else did they say? What did you say, Al? I'm sorry.
You can go on anybody's Facebook page on hunting time.
Oh, yeah.
Find the same thing.
Yeah, you can go on anybody's Facebook page around hunting time or just training on the range. Yep. People who just, you know, for sport or hunting, you can go on their pages all the time, and they're always posing with their weapons, you know. Anyway, so Blumgren says, and you see them smiling and stuff.
Well, yeah, actually, hold on. I got a video taken down the other night because I was demonstrating how to get the piece of crap plastic heat shield off of an AR-15 and put on an aluminum quad rail, and I got my whole video got shut down over that.
Wow. I mean, see how the narrative is changing things from, you know, casual photography with our weapons that we own, we purchase with our hard-earned money, we train with them. It's not only our constitutional right to defend ourselves and bear arms, but we're also usually very proud. They're an extension of yourself of some form. When you've learned to operate them adequately and safely, and you maintain them, and you take pride in that. And usually when we take photos with them, like myself, I was very proud of my weapon. My weapon was my lifesaver, especially out overseas. But then if you're here at home and you're sporting and you're training, you're just proud of the accomplishments. You know, you're zeroing in on your targets, and you're getting tighter and tighter shot groups, and these are things that Americans have always been proud of. Anyway, so the government goes on to say that Jason told the FBI that, you know, there was no bombs or bomb making, but that leadership at one point or maybe on a couple occasions had talked about the possibility of needing to maybe make IEDs. But there was never a plan executed. You know, it was dismissed. And then they talked about the fact that he had obtained a 40 cal Smith & Wesson 40 cal that he had with him at all times. Ooh, you know. They talked about how he said he had a no, or well, they found out that he had a no contact order with his brother once. So this makes him very violent, even though the charges were dropped and the no contact order was dropped, and then it was reduced to keep separate order. And also they mentioned that he had excessive, when they found him and arrested him, he had no weapons on him, but he had excessive ammunition. Wow, you know, and it was just a couple mags, and then some of the items needed for a 40 cal, which he at one time had on him.
You mean the guys that ordered 5.8 billion rounds of hollow point ammunition thought he had excessive ammunition? Okay.
Yeah, those guys that ordered 5.8 billion rounds were saying that Jason Blumgren, when he was arrested, had excessive ammunition, and they only mentioned a couple mags. Right. So then the defense came in and he said those pictures of the long guns, or, you know, of him he's not brandishing anything at anybody, he isn't acting violent. They also countered, and this is the defense speaking, his attorney, what was his attorney's name again? Mr. Rainwater. He had discussed that that he had a concealed weapons. He was registered to carry a weapon and to be concealed from his state. So he wasn't even carrying outside the realms of legalities. He was in complete compliance with the law in order to be able to obtain and retain a weapon. And he talked about his character, that he talked about his family, his sons. He has 2 sons, one of them having, oh my goodness, words are failing me right now. What was the disease? His son has a disorder. I know what the disorder is. The word is just escaping me right now. My apologies. Autistic? Yeah, no.
Asperger's or autism?
I'm going to go with autism today. I better double. I just feel like uncomfortable with the word, but yeah, I guess that might be, I think it is. I'm sorry, guys. I'm so tired. But anyways, they talked about that. They talked about his parents being elderly, but that, they talked about when he was home and that he had not been there from the beginning. He left at a later date to go see what was going on and how he can be of help in a peaceful way with no intent to harm anybody. And that he behaved. He didn't get on social media too terribly much, but when he did, he didn't say anything. He was, Joker Jay. He made a lot of silly videos. He talked about, guard duty and security a little bit, but not a lot. And then the judge listened. The government had nothing further. And the judge said, well, I'm going to go ahead and determine to go ahead and release him to go home. But, he has to still attend all his court appointments and things like that. He has no history, no criminal history, nothing for cause for concern to be able to release him. And like I said, pretrial services made a good recommendation on his behalf. And so he decided to go ahead with pretrial services recommendation. And I just told him to stay in compliance. And of course, Jason agreed. He asked if the government will appeal or wants a review. Actually, I think the defense kind of pushed to find out if they were going to want that or not, because it was contingent. His release was going to be contingent if the government chose to do an appeal, because they have that right. And the government said, no, they're not going to do any appeal or any review. They'll just go ahead with that and go forward. And then the other thing is to work on the thing that pretrial services strongly really recommends, and the judge agreed to or conceded to, is that his father is the one that picks him up. So they're trying to make arrangements for him to travel now. On my Facebook page, Maureen Peltier, you will see my very last post immediately after I left court. I was still in the elevator with Victoria Sharp and other great patriots, and I made the video, and I provided Jason Bloomgren's information for his PayPal account and other fundraising, and the P.O. box that they had set up, so to help his father out with the accommodations to get him out here and for him to return flying with his son to bring his son home to his grandchildren. So that is what's happening right now. And I think he is either going to be released in the next 24 to 48 hours.
All right. What about, did they do anything with any of the other guys at all?
No. Let's see here. Let me go back to my notes now for that. I just wanted to get Jason out because we had a little victory. Let me get back to my notes. Sorry. Bear with me, guys. I have a notebook full of notes, and I had to close it.
No problem. You're doing a fantastic job. I've been, I watch you on Facebook and all that. You're very, very busy, I can tell. That's why I don't like trying to cold call you on the air. I want to, say, are you ready? So, You're
so sweet. Yeah, no, you're so sweet. I know it's so hard with me to nail me down sometimes, but I gotcha. March 9, 2016. So here we go. I found my notes. All right. So Judge Anna Brown was presiding. Okay. One of the first things I observed in court, and I'm going to let people know, is, and Blaine showed me his arm. He showed me his arm because it had the bandage. You know when they draw your blood or put an IV in or something? Well, it looks like they drew his blood, but I also am concerned because he looked tired and fatigued compared to the others, possibly medicated. I haven't had a chance to speak with him yet. Of course, I sent out my pink slips and everything. But and I'm scheduling appointments on the kiosks to see the guys in Inverness, and then I won't be here for the weekend to do visits in person, though, at the Multnomah County Jail. But I am working on the video app so I can start seeing them on the video app, too. And you can find that link at the Multnomah County Jail inmate directions and instructions. If you all want to get a video app for $5, you'll get 30 minutes with them, I'm told. So it's pretty good. I'm working on that. That'll save me a lot of time and Uber taxis. Anyways, but I noticed that he was fatigued looking. He looks medicated. I wasn't thrilled with that. And he did show me that bandage, and I don't know what it means because we can't really talk. So maybe his blood was just drawn for some reason. I don't know. Anyways, but moving on, case number 16CR00051. Ethan Knight, the prosecutor, one of his other prosecutors with him was Jeff Barrell, and I didn't catch the other guy's name. The judge had granted a motion, had received, and she granted a motion for, in regards to an indictment being, what was it called? Dismissed. One of the indictments being dismissed. And they didn't state which one. They didn't give a number or which one. So I'm a little confused on that right now. But bear with me. You know, I'll find out some more as I get to talk to attorneys and ask those important questions. They went through a list of the attorneys and their guys. So I have most of the attorneys' names. Again, I only missed a few. They moved quickly through them. Prosecution Ethan Knight's the one that lists them all. And it's kind of like a roll call, so to speak. You know, who's in the courtroom, who's waived their right to appear, but the attorney is there, and who's still at a state but but being indicted on specifically case number CRs 00051. So they go through all those motions, and then the prosecution put out the indictment. Count 1, impede officers of the U.S. On March 5th or thereabouts of 2015, continued all the way out to January 2016. He names all the defendants again. They did a redacted name, too, that we're not sure of who that is yet. There's one name that's continuously redacted throughout the charges. They said they did willfully conspire, they intimidated, threatened BLM, other agents, local law enforcement, etc. And also they went into that with regards to the local Harney County individuals and citizens. They said they prevented them from discharging their duties on Title 18 U.S. Code. They committed overt acts. On November 5th, 2015, traveled to Harney County. It was Ammon Bundy and Ryan Payne who traveled to Harney County to warn of extreme civil unrest, to intimidate or coerce the population of Harney County. They brandished firearms. They occupied a federal government building or land. They said that January 2nd, 2016, they brandished weapons on the premises of the refuge. They refused to leave. They threatened violent persons that attempt to come towards them or to remove them. They posed with firearms or firearms on a federal facility, inciting the U.S. Code Section 3.2, Count 3, 924C. AN2 was cited. that they aided and abetted by each other, amongst each other, did knowingly carry firearms, and a conspiracy to impede officers, Title 18 U.S. 99 U.S. Code 924 C1A and 2, 18 Section 6 and 41. Kenneth Mattenbach, he is still representing himself. He refuses. He is listening to counsel advice, but he refuses to be represented in the court of law by any attorney. And he's got a separate indictment of count 5 for stealing camera and equipment in the vehicle. Count 6. I don't know what equipment he touched besides the vehicle. That's the first I heard of it. That he's in violation of count 6. All of them.
Was that the guy that took the truck to the Safeway?
Yeah, this is the guy that took the truck to the Safeway.
Okay.
They brought that up, and then all of them were also indicted for count 5 with the cameras and equipment in violation, and count 6 for defamation of U.S. property, and particularly the Paiute tribe damages, maximum penalties. Count 1, 6 years, $250,000, and I'm not even talking about probation afterwards. Count 2, 5 years, $250,000. Count 3, lifetime imprisonment and $500,000.
Hey, hold on a second. Hold on one second. I just heard something about Paiute.
The Paiute tribe
artifacts.
Yeah.
I actually have a video, if you go digging in, where they're using a Paiute smudge bowl as a doorstop.
Oh yeah, they have it. The defense has all that. Yep. Yeah, no, it's bullshit. I'm just reading to you what the government is still claiming, even in despite of true facts and evidence that is already made available to the public.
All right, yeah, that's cool. I just, there's just variations here that are this just turns into more and more. What? Huh? Who?
Yeah.
What, where? And in my head, I'm hearing the theme to the beginning to every Three Stooges video I ever saw.
Yeah, and so exactly. Oh, by the way, I missed something. Back before I was giving you the counts and time in service or sentencing that could be imposed on them, it's for USC 93 Bravo 924 Charlie and US 6541. Count 1 again is 6 years and $250K. That's $250,000 for fines. Count 2 is 5 years and $250,000 in fines. Count 3 is a life imprisonment and $500,000 in fines. Count 4 is for 10 years and $250,000 in fines. Count 5 is and 6 are both also 10 years and $250,000 in fines. So then the judge moved on to what do you plea in light of these accusations. The plea entry by each defendant, Ammon Bundy, his attorney represented and said not guilty. And he requested the court reading of his rights, despite the fact that they've been read before. The judge noted that for the record, but she stated that I've already given them their rights 3 other times. I don't see it necessary to go over their rights individually yet again in court today. So Ammon simply stated, while he had a moment, he knows that he has no rights. I'll just let that sink in. And that was from Ammon himself. Let's see here. Who was next? Not guilty. The name, Jason. Not guilty. Joe O'Shaughnessy. Arraignment still needs to be scheduled, so his plea's not been entered just yet, because he is dealing with Nevada now, as you know. Ryan Payne, not guilty. Ryan Bundy, not guilty. And then it was announced, shockingly, and this is big news, Ryan Bundy announced he will not accept counsel any longer, and he has decided to represent himself. Ryan Bundy is going to represent himself. Brian Cavalier, not guilty. Shauna Cox, she reserves her rights. She's concerned that she has no rights, and not guilty. Daryl Thorne, not guilty. And it just went on down the list. Everybody not guilty from that point on. Some people have arraignment still to work on. It looks like I'm looking to, oh yeah, here we go. Pete Santilli, not guilty. Jason Patrick, reservation of rights. He has a concern that he is guilty and that he says his rights do not exist. Dwayne Emmer, not guilty. Anderson, what was the first name of Anderson again? Not Sean Anderson, but the other Anderson. I'm sorry, guys. My notes are terrible today. There's the other Anderson. Let me look at my phone really quick. I know. Do you remember it? Oh, my phone battery's dead. What's the other Anderson name? The other Anderson. There's two Andersons.
The husband and wife?
No, that's Sean Anderson, but there's another Anderson, a male Anderson.
I'm not sure.
Oh, my phone is off. My brain's dead.
But I'm sure our listeners understand.
Yeah, I know our listeners know. Please forgive me, guys. But he also pleaded not guilty. Sean Anderson also pleaded not guilty. David Fry also not guilty.
Sandy? You talking about Sandy Anderson?
No, but she's next on the list. I'm doing it in order that they did it in court.
Okay.
There's another Anderson, a male one. Not Sean, but another male Anderson. Anyways, David Fry. Patrick Anderson? No, that's not the name. I know it. It's just evading me right now, guys. Jeff Banta, not guilty. Sandra Anderson, not guilty. Kenneth Madenbach. He said he stood up and said to the court, this court has failed to prove its jurisdiction. And then, as you know, he's representing himself. He has counsel. So the court addressed and said, sir, I'm not accepting those. You'll have to file that in a motion. I'm not accepting that, just citing it. You need to file that in a motion. And Mrs. Schindler, your counsel, will file that for you on your behalf. And then he stated that, the counsel spoke for him after that. They're not prepared to enter a plea. He still is representing himself. And the judge said, okay, these complexity, I understand that is where he stands still, but I'm going to enter a plea for him of not guilty for right now while you guys work on that. Blaine Cooper, not guilty. Wesley Kajar, he's scheduled a separate proceeding. He's not had his arraignment yet, so they're working on a separate proceeding for that. So no plea was entered just yet. Corey LeCue Oma, not guilty. Neil Wampler, he needs to be scheduled still. He has not had his arraignment yet. Jason Blumgren, not guilty. Daryl Thorne, not guilty. Jeff Stanek, not guilty. He reserves his rights. He's concerned that he has any at all. Eric Lee, he filed a separate waiver, but he's not, and I don't know what the waiver is for yet. Oh, no, I know what that's for. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have taken that note. It's nothing special. That was just a waiver for him not to appear in court, as he's just been released, as you all know, the other day. So he wasn't in court, but he was represented in court, and he filed not guilty. Jury trial is now being requested for all, but it's going to be quite a process to put a jury together. So now I'm going to get into the nitty-gritty of how that was going on in court. I went over that. I'm going backwards, it looks like. Oh, that's why. Interruption on my pages. Mrs. Hayes stood up. She's working on the mechanism. It used to be a Melissa Horvath, but now it's going to be a Miss Hayes, one of the attorneys of Ryan Payne, who's going to be working on the mechanism of keeping the information flowing, both the prosecutions and defense side, when they all file motions, that they still confer first before a motion is filed, and show that they did the conferral by filing along with the motion the notes and information for each party's side in regards to conferences and conferrals. and the judge reiterated the necessity of having conferrals before motions are filed. So when things are truly unresolved, then yes, a motion should be filed. but show her that you truly worked on it before, that you did truly confer, that the government is not only, because they've been very much just filing their stuff and not doing really well at conferring. The defense attorneys are constantly conferring with the government, but not getting anything back from the government in a timely and efficient manner. There's still no discoveries, by the way. There's some evidence out there on some CDs that were downloaded, but with like 3,500 pages of information, but the government is still going through it. So referring to the government, they said they did not provide the actual evidence at this time. And this is what Mrs. Hayes put out. Mrs. Hayes put out, the government has not provided actual evidence yet. They refer to their discovery as so much evidence. And they're taking this time using social media to peruse for more evidence and possibly more people to charge. So she accuses the government of abusing the system, basically, and that they're really not necessarily worried about the evidence that they have right now to file in discovery, as they are really looking for more evidence in what they feel is their opinion, because they're aware of them doing this kind of research and work, and primarily all their evidence is coming from social media. She says, we, referring to all defense attorneys, this was a collaborative effort, are not interested in allowing the government to take more time to collect more evidence in the manner that they're doing so. It's not conducive to a speedy trial. They need to basically present what they already have. She's asking Nevada also, she asked the court to inquire and maybe possibly consider making an order that Nevada release clients that have this trial also to attend to, that were already attending to this case first. And then Nevada, as you know, has taken some people, and it's causing a conundrum. So she says these clients need to be here for this and appear here now at the Portland trial for Oregon. And then defendants, I have a little note here in regards. Okay, so defendants that are facing both the Oregon events and the Bundy Ranch events: Joe O'Shaughnessy, Ammon Bundy, Ryan Payne, Ryan Bundy, Brian Cavalier, Pete Santilli, and Blaine Cooper, and something about Travis Cox not present at this time. So he's not really considered part of the case because he's not present at this time. And then there's the redacted name that we don't know who that is. Mrs. Baggio, Amy Baggio, that would be Joe O'Shaughnessy's attorney, she was waiting to hear if Joe will ever be released from Nevada and returned here. So she brought that concern up to the court. And that's being evaluated still in Nevada. She's waiting on a pending answer in regards to that. Somebody had mentioned that Nevada had been filing bits and pieces of a habeas corpus that had been filed, and asked the court to prevent them from being moved to Nevada, meaning it looks like Nevada was trying to get everybody to be moved to Nevada. I don't know how the habeas corpus is facilitating that. I'm just kind of parroting some legalese and words that I have yet to fully understand, if you don't mind.
Oh, right. Honestly, if we could get them out, if we could get them all out of Oregon, they would actually fall under at least some kind of bail bond kind of thing in which they could be gotten out of jail.
I think that they're really just trying to split some of them up, and they're not going to move everybody. And so then what they're doing is dividing and conquering in both places.
Yeah, and I'm still wondering why they're being, Guantanamoing these guys, keeping them in, being kept in solitary confinement is cruel and unusual punishment in anybody's case.
Right.
If you're in prison and you get in a big fight, or you murder somebody in jail or stab them or whatever, that's one thing, and you end up in solitary confinement. These guys went into solitary confinement from minute one and have not been out of there, and it's cruel and unusual punishment, and it's like they're trying to break their brains.
Well, yeah. Now, hang on though, too, because she went on to ask the judge for Amy Baggio's concerns, and the judge, Anna Brown, asked the government, "Are you conceding, or are you do you have a pending plan in place to move everybody to Nevada, or is Nevada requesting that? Do you anticipate these possibilities?" The government says, "Well, no, Your Honor." He kind of stumbled, but no, there's not a pending plan that I'm aware of. The government doesn't want to cause any additional problems with the court. He can see how already those moved is causing more complexities, and that they had no interest in causing the court more distress and complexity than they're already facing, is what and that's Mr. Knight, the prosecution, who suddenly seems to care about a speedy trial. Anyway, so the protest site was the defense attorneys, I forgot which one, it was a she. She had brought up the fact that the protest site had no evidence provided that the whole 172, because here's the point in this. The government keeps saying we have so much evidence to prove them. I mean, for goodness sakes, we had 172,000 acres of land that we had to collect this data from. Give us more time, be reasonable. And she's saying, the government's concerns are not valid because that the range that the Patriots moved around in were all walking distance, that they did not certainly ever use 172,000 acres for their standoff or for their protest. It was not even involved. Much of the space was never involved in this occupation. Good point, right? So the government had turned over the scene to BLM before the defense attorneys viewed it. She complained about that, filing a motion. They have the overlapping Nevada indictments and conducting those that are still remain out of state, and reasons that the government gave are just not valid for their complexities when they're making it complex themselves. So basically, the defense attorneys are beginning to call the government out now for all of these plausible violations or abuses or neglect. And you remember, I've recently learned that the prosecution has a duty and a responsibility to ensure due process. They actually have a responsibility to ensure that the defense is not neglected or abused by themselves, the prosecution. Even though the prosecution should have a good, solid case with evidence provided, it's not their responsibility to exaggerate, falsify, or minimize and provide vague evidence. It is their responsibility to do much better than that. So she's calling them out basically for all these acts on the government side. And she asked that the court ensure a speedy trial is acted. The government says evidence is still being processed due to the complexity of the issues. Artifacts and analysis is ongoing. Judge Anna Brown does selective discovery. Yes, that was brought up. Selective discovery was brought up from the defense, citing that they seem to be cherry picking their evidence, and yet they're being vague on who they're accusing. They haven't narrowed the scope down and identified particular defendants. They're blanketing everything in vague terms using selective evidence. Evidence that at best is more accusatory and based off presumption, and in some cases just social media. So it's quite interesting. And then the artifacts and analysis is still ongoing, as the government was citing, we still have the artifacts analysis. That is still ongoing. It's a long process. And the government says she appreciates, the government asked, the judge, Anna Brown, asked the government, do you anticipate more charges? The government said it only depends entirely on the analysis of all the evidence. So sure, it's a possibility, Your Honor. The judge said that the desire for all the defendants to join, she moves forward from that answer and says it's a desire for all the defendants to have originally joined their motions, but it seems that there are some that are a little less sure right now. Nobody was named. A motion was filed to sever the joint filing due to a lack of information, though. It wasn't because they didn't want to join their brothers. It's because some of them got smart. And the judge is pretty much laying this out. She didn't say it in these words, but she's saying due to a lack of information and no discoveries. Actually, then the defense attorneys picked up on that as one of their complaints. Because of the lack of information and that no discoveries have been provided and they have no idea how to proceed. Whether they should be filing jointly together or individually, because they don't even know what they're facing. They don't understand these blanket indictments with no narrow scope and no identified named target for a very specific motion.
Well, not even that. You know, all these guys were arrested without warrant or charges, and the charges were brought later.
Yeah.
When the hell has that ever happened?
Yeah, and the charges are being brought forward, but still without discovery. So how do you answer to that?
Yeah, you know, all these charges that they're talking about and the time they're talking about serving, I mean, literally, Mandela served less time.
Yeah.
And this is absolutely ridiculous. You know, before Ted Bundy was sentenced to, death, he was sentenced to less time. Some of the worst criminals in American history have never had the threat of this kind of time that they want to do this to them.
For a moment in court, it got a little scary. She seemed to backtrack on this. Let me take a sip of water. Okay. I should have done that when you were talking, but I was struggling opening the cap. So now the judge moves forward and talks more about the Speedy Trial Act. And as you know before, she was more than encouraging as far as enforcing their inalienable rights to the Speedy Trial Act. But now she provides the court in certain cases, in regards to the 70-day trial act, she cites something, and I didn't get the number of it, so I'll have to look it up. And your listeners, go ahead and Google this, but the 70-day trial act has a provision in there that could cause a speedy trial to be suspended due to severe complexities, significant complexities. So she starts to go into anybody that's in this courtroom can concede, can agree with me that this case, due to the nature of this case, the amount of defendants, the logistics, the amount of evidence still being processed as cited, and she said 26 defendants, and that a single trial in itself would still be, if we do this in a joint way as a single trial, to do this in a timely manner. It's just, she kept saying things like it's almost impossible. It's just too complicated. Like, this can't be prepared in time for a trial. That we'll even find difficulty putting together a trial. It might take a whole week to put together a trial or longer. She says there just isn't any way, in her word, and I put that in quotations, to conduct a speedy trial. I'm thinking at this point she's saying she's going to take away their right for a speedy trial. It looked like. Now, hold your horses, because she contradicts herself down the road greatly. Now, I've lost confidence, though, okay, because I'm quoting to you one part, and I'm telling you she did contradict herself later in the trial, but it's caused me to lose confidence because she never explained the contradiction. She never explained which way she's going with this. Now, she's pulled out some regulation that cited that there's this paragraph in there that says that you can remove, you can suspend the speedy trial. But then, she didn't ever say that she would actually do that. Al has something. Hang on.
I believe the standard speedy trial is 45 days for cause.
Oh, yeah.
They can extend it to 70 days.
It is 70. The standard is 70. Actually, the whole Speedy Trial Act is written for 70 days. So the suspension, basically, it almost feels that because it's going to be so hard and impossible that, you know, it's almost like she's hinting and indicating this could go into next year. And then she brings up, you know, there's 2 volumes, or I'm sorry, the government brings up that there's 2 volumes of discovery that were released. 3,500 pages long of FBI reports, and there's dozens of warrants and affidavits filed. And then Anna Brown says that the U.S. 3161H6 issues a written order finalizing that finding in regards to setting the trial date still. So she says, so here's my other complexity, and this is where we get into the contradiction. She says, too, we have another huge case coming up in the fall, in September. We really must set the trial date before then. We really can't wait, though, until after the fall, the trial in fall. We have to set these dates early now. I just can't be at all these hearings, presiding over all of them, and certainly the government isn't prepared or interested in providing us the resources necessary for more judges to cover this, which is an assumption, by the way. Nobody asked if the government would actually provide more judges and attorneys and things. It was just, she just made the assumption on the bench. And when you make assumption on the bench like that, once again, that kind of conduct is very questionable to me. And she's not supposed to be making these assumptions. These things should be found out first. Hopefully she will, behind the scenes, find out. But what she's saying in court is losing my confidence. So a trial date, then she goes on, needs to be found due to another trial scheduled in October. That complexity causes this trial to have to be completed before October, she finalizes. And then one trial that's happening right now is it's also going to cause the other attorneys, about 10 of them that are working on this case are on the other case too. So we definitely have some scheduling complexities.
You're breaking up a bit.
How she said, and then somehow this. Here, I'll take the video off. Maybe that'll help. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear you.
I took the video off. Maybe that'll help.
Okay, go ahead.
So she says we need to find a week more to pick a jury. Okay, we need a week or more to pick the jury. The judge sees the need to set the date so that they can defer. April hearing is what she's looking at. We'll set a date in April for a trial. She's looking at the first Wednesday of April to be the hearing that will set the date. That would be April 6th, the first Wednesday of April, where they should have a hearing in order to set the trial date. If there is an earlier trial date that is requested, she said the act will be honored. And then she said to everybody, think about your hypothetical projections and how long a trial may occur if you could be, if you separate from some of the motions and so on and so forth, and how long that trial could be. So plan ahead for the jury pool. And this is where in my notes I wrote to myself, we need to spread the word about jury nullification. We need to educate people about jury nullification. It is time now to really hit on that topic, get our information out there in regards to and funding a campaign for bulk mailings of constitutions of a jury nullification and rules. We need to work really, really hard at presenting that. And I think that with the Finicum family's media platform and help, us independent media and citizen journalists alike can coordinate some media efforts and education provisions, as well as working together on a campaign, a coordinated effort to educate the population about jury nullification. So I just want that's from my own notes.
That's cool. You can turn your video on. It was actually a local network problem that I fixed. You can turn your video back on if you like.
Okay. Hi.
All right. Anyway, so now let's turn back to brass tacks. I released earlier today interview with Eamon Bundy, Mrs. Finicum, a couple of those, and and then yesterday I did the same thing, with the Lavoie or Shauna Cox's video, which they say is the whole video. It's obviously not the whole video. There's a whole bunch of time missing from the beginning and a whole bunch of time missing from the end. And they keep picking and choosing what they want to release. And everybody that is putting FOIA requests in are getting denied. So, I mean, what's your opinion on all that?
Oh, the selective release of information. I'm sorry, my notes were distracting me. Is that what you're asking me? My opinion?
Yeah. It's been very selective in the release of the information, and and we had Mrs. Finicum on earlier, and all these other people, and.
Oh, now okay, everything came back to me. I'm tracking. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, so the release of the videos, the time editing issues and concerns, the transparency is lacking. They definitely are caught in a lie right now when it comes to the extra shots fired. There's definitely an investigation. Now, I want to touch on that because that was brought up in court today. Michael Arnold, Ammon Bundy's attorneys, brought that forward to the court, and they said, it's amazing, that the FBI can, it's national. He told the court, this is national news now that the FBI is being found with misconduct and guilty of certain errors, and it has a chilling effect that there's some sort of prejudice or form of prejudice that they would be willing to conduct themselves in such a way. What else basically are they being truthful about anything, especially with the exaggerations, the vague rhetoric filed in the indictments, the blanket effect, the lack of narrowing the scope and identifying particular members of particular crimes, instead just blanketing everybody for everything, when in fact, everybody had a different role, or, it just makes little sense. So he did touch on that. And my personal opinion is, the bottom line is, we can see, we're smart people. The jury is made of people like you and me. And for us, this is evidence now. We're getting the evidence now before trial even starts. And so the release of these little bits of information isn't helping the federal government. The federal government it's to its own detriment that they conduct themselves with little honesty, with no transparency, and they're conducting themselves with that little bit of information and still getting caught in lies.
Well, yeah, it's almost as if they forgot the internet exists, because we're all watching, we're all paying attention. Mrs. Finicum, she verified today that he was shot 3 times in the back. So a lot of those conspiracy theories about being shot in the head are gone, and I can personally put that to rest, because I had some video that really looked like they came up at the end and put him down. So
Yeah.
now I can drop that. But still, it doesn't make any difference.
No, and the fact that the federal agents were under investigation and they withheld that, and within that investigation is the actual trigger pullers, is the actual personnel that conducted the murder of Lavoie, and the fact that they're withholding that information, in that in itself is what triggered the investigation against the FBI. They did this to themselves. And what else are they hiding? What else are they burying? What else are they lying about? What else are they willing to persecute these men and women? And how far are they willing to go to persecute these men and women and men in order to sell their lie, their narrative? How?
Well, we already know that answer.
Yes, we did.
Ruby Ridge, Waco,
Mm-hmm.
and anything like it.
Yes, and the defense attorney touches on those things. So going back to Michael Arnold, there's a huge concern. Now, he was preparing to discuss a motion that was filed, but it contained the name of one of the local officials, and it concealed that name, and he was actually afraid to move forward in court with the public there due to the fact that he says, when we talk about these discoveries, our discoveries, the defense's discovery, it has a chilling effect on our First Amendment. It appears that anything that someone says is being misconstrued now. Anything is being misperceived and misconstrued and used against them. And words are being turned into criminal acts when, in fact, there is none. So he had a personal concern, his defense team, and so did all the other defense attorneys, to move forward with their own discovery, the fact that it had the name of an official. And eventually the judge asked the government if they would like to move forward with him mentioning the name of the official, even with the public there, or not. So he said, well, I haven't seen it, Your Honor. He acted as if he'd never seen it. And she said, well, go on over there with Mr. Michael Arnold now and go see what he has in his hands now. Go see it now and then tell me what you think. So he did. And then he came back. He goes, well, I haven't read everything, but, I'm not sure what his point is. But go ahead. He can go ahead and move forward and reveal that. I don't care, basically. So he went on and discussed his ability, that this was affecting his ability to properly defend Mr. Bundy. I forgot to tell you that. But he discussed the incident with David Ward. Sheriff David Ward's parents, when Mr. Bundy and Mr. Payne, Ryan Payne, first came to Harney County, and they were handing out educational information and pamphlets. And some patriot at some point said something along the lines of, your sheriff. What were the words that used in court again? I didn't take the note. Your sheriff should be recused or recuse himself or be removed, something along those lines. And so the parents of Sheriff Ward came back and basically threatened the patriots, threatened them, saying that you touch a hair on his head, you get near, even though the patriots never said they would never bring harm to David Ward. They took the legal speak that the patriots were using, legal words about how he doesn't belong there as sheriff any longer. They took that as a physical threat in their mind, which you and I know wasn't a threat. You and I know this. They know this too, but they decided to pretend to perceive so. And I'm giving you a lot of my own conjecture here, obviously. I'm filling in some blanks. They decided to pretend to perceive a threat for their son, David Ward, Sheriff Dave, and they proceeded to justify their own threat. And they threatened Ryan Bundy and the patriots there that if you touch a hair on his head, we have, what was the weapon they had of choice?
4570.
We have a 470. And it will leave a big hole in you. If you know what that is, it'll leave a very big hole in you. So that threat was made by David Ward's parents, Linda Ward, and where's the name to the father? I think.
All right, well, hold on a minute, because between, I went up to FBI.gov/Portland and looked today, and I released this article today that in between the Lavoie-Finicum first conference and the conference yesterday, there is another article about where the FBI put a guy up in prison for 18 months for talking smack on YouTube, or excuse me, talking smack on Facebook. So,
there's a protective order that the government is requesting, a protective order to prevent. I don't know who. They didn't name. They didn't have a target. They filed a protective order with no name.
They have 2 discs.
Two discs with information from social media.
Officers' testimony, officer statements.
Officer statements.
Affidavits and investigations that they've conducted from witness testimony and whatnot. And they have a blanket order to not release those names and that information to the public.
They have a blanket order to not release those names and information to the public because of threats that various individuals, so that the Patriot community made. Yet, the evidence doesn't show that. So the defense asked that the judge, the defense asked that the judge order that the government narrow its scope and identify who's making these threats and allow us to provide discovery of whether they are or not. Provide us discovery, because we're hearing that there's all this evidence of threats, yet we're not seeing anything produced.
And that's why Arnold brought up the fact that it was the other side.
And that's why Ammon Bundy's attorney, Michael Arnold, brought up the example of what occurred with real threats, tangible with evidence and names. And the court allowed that example to come through. That the threats that are being made, if anybody needs a protective order, it's the Patriot community from all the haters out there. As you know, from the very beginning of this, before even the Hammond rally began, online attacks amassed from the opposition, and it's gotten worse. It certainly heightened when Lavoie-Finicum was killed, and they felt that everybody should be killed, and it's too bad nobody else died with him, they said. You've seen all the statements. So the concern that the defense has is the threats, the real tangible threats, can be shown, yes, but that the oppositional side and conflict of interest from government officials and their family members are the ones making the threats. So
I have never seen a threat from anybody but the federal government at this point.
Yeah, and that brought up the fact that there were some people receiving threats via email and things like that, and Ryan Payne brought that up, that point up to his Patriot friend, his brother, citing that, that's the FBI making those threats to you. So, they just went on and continued and carried on with their mission there without fear. So John's attorney also got up making the example. He has a new attorney, by the way, a female. I wrote her name down somewhere else when I got it from his mom. I'll get that to the audience later here down the road. He has a new attorney. It's a third attorney, a final attorney, and she's good. She's really good. So he's in good hands now. This is a blessing. John's attorney, she showed evidence. Citing another discrepancy from the government, who in his release hearing held him because they were concerned that the threats, without evidence, but they were told by the government that John was identified as making threats to one of the Harney County individuals at the Safeway, and he was identified by that. But now this new attorney said, I have receipts that show, and his bank records and store records that shows he was not there, but that he was in Arizona, not at the Safeway, not in the Burns, and it's already proved. This proves 3 possibilities: that the witness, the so-called witness, either lied. They didn't say the witness lied, but they said either 3 things are happening here, Your Honor, that we would like you to consider. Either the witness is lying, or the witness misidentified, or the third possibility, and Michael Arnold stood up separately and provided the third possibility, which was agreed between all the defense attorneys, which is It's been known that the FBI agents have dressed like the militia and gone in and acted in such a way with misconduct in order for the public view to be changed. So the third possibility is that it was FBI dressed as a militia type people making these false threats. So that's the third possibility. And so they were able to show on the record and prove that John was innocent of the Safeway event. That never occurred because he wasn't even in town. And then the judge shockingly acted as if she didn't understand how this bared any weight. That was the response to that from the judge. How does this bear really any weight? Well, they regurgitated how it bared weight. That, you have the government lying and not providing good evidence, and also carrying on in this fashion. That's how it bears weight, and it bears weight because you already have one man who's being held still, not been allowed release based off that Safeway event, which was a lie, or a misidentification, or the FBI set it up to look like that, and John wasn't even in town. Good job. So, something about the judge saying, "Thou shalt not disclose which is sealed," is some sort of law they were going over. My notes are terrible on it. Can you remember, Al?
Yeah, that was when they're arguing about the protection order.
Oh, the protection order.
Basically, anything that's not sealed should be able to be disclosed to the public.
Yeah, anything that's not sealed should be disclosed to the public, and those, yeah. So you have the protective order being. Yep, here's my notes. I did better on my second paragraph. The protective order is not acceptable. It must be revised, she said. So basically, they filed a very poorly produced protective order. So she conceded in the court that it has to be revised, that they need to be more specific and targeted, and identify those that specifically conducted themselves in a threatening manner. They need to narrow their scope, and they need to get that in 2 weeks from today. 2 weeks from today, they have to have that in. So they need to identify the perpetrator and show evidence 2 weeks from today in order to continue on with that protective order, or she's going to disclose it. Judge says there will be a protective order, though, but you guys need to, because she feels that there may be evidence. I don't know what she's talking about, but she says there needs to be a balance of risks and a balance of sharing. So that's how she ended that one. Maybe the protective order will be for the Patriot community, though, based off the evidence of them threatening all of us all the time. I'm just saying.
My big question right now is, all right, we'll get a lot more people look at this video later, but when there was all of this certain death, blood, and end of life, we were looking at thousands and thousands of live stream viewers, and right now I got 80, and this is an important topic that we're trying to cover right now. Now we're going to get a lot more later, but when I archive this, but still, why are so few people actually paying any attention to any of what is going on right now? And it befuddles me.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm home sharing it on 15 different group sites.
Yeah, he's on 15 different group sites stealing it from you, he said. Al was joking. He's stealing your audience from you on 15 different group sites. He's disseminating my stuff, too. But
okay.
On my page right after we're done here with this show, I'll be putting this up on my page, and I'm going to tag everybody, because this was a unprecedented hearing once again, as you can see, with all the information I'm sharing with you. And I am just about done. I only have a little bit left to touch on, if you don't mind me wrapping that up real quick, and then the show is all.
Oh, no, go ahead. And then I want to talk a little bit about that video yesterday that was released from Shona Cox.
Perfect. The obligation is for the defense to provide discovery, but the defense says isn't the burden on the government to show us discovery. So in order for us to show discovery, we need to know what we're showing discovery on. And that was Amy Baggio again talking. So joint statements that need to be filed with better identification, also narrowing the scope of discovery, will also be expected by the defense. Judge asks for a reasonable plan for the joint effort to clear way to assure production on a good mechanism is in place. So again, she reiterates what she already said in the preliminary hearing on the 24th of February. So approving acquisitions from third party without retribution. That's something Michael Arnold brought to the attention of the court, that he and the other defense attorneys are often being provided good information from third parties through social media, so on and so forth. And they want to make sure that retribution is not brought onto them, also, again, hindering their ability to defend their clients. Again, you know, you've got people complaining to the bar about these attorneys right now. And as you know, that is just a distraction, hindering them from doing their job to protect their clients with these false accusations, these frivolous accusations. So his concern of retribution was brought to the court. Mrs. Baggio talked about the mechanism of discovery, and the obligation of the government is to provide that discovery. Third party search support and conferences were being looked at closer. A third party vendor is being identified right now. So does the defense need to have discovery? I don't know what that, okay, never mind that note. Government must produce discovery ASAP. Okay, so she says the government must produce the discovery ASAP in order, so the judge concedes with both Michael Arnold and Amy Baggio. Judge has agreed to all retention reviews for Pete Santilli and everything to go over to Judge Jones. So Judge Jones, I don't know his first name yet, but I got to see him in court today with Jason Blomgren. Judge Jones is going to oversee all the remaining retention reviews. And those people are Fry, Santilli, Patrick. Santilli and Jason Patrick, I think, are on Friday, by the way. Judge Jones won't be there on Friday because he wasn't available that short notice for Friday. So there will be another judge reviewing Pete Santilli's on Friday. All reviews for detention release will be Judge Jones after that, though, for sure. Government dismiss indictments. Okay, so there's something going on with the Cooper case. I need to make some calls on that. I can't even pretend to understand what they were talking about because they were speaking in code. Government is intruding.
I believe what happened is that he was in charge of another indictment in another court.
Yeah.
What they've done is they joined it.
Okay, so
instead of maintaining it separately, he maintained all of these motions that he's filed in that court, all of these rights that he's maintained in that court. They just joining it into this single case.
Okay, so all the rights and everything, he there's another case in another court, and they're trying to get all his rights. What he's saying is all his rights to be released and orders to be released to be able to be handled in this court adequately by filing his motions and his hearings. I hope that's all it means. That sounds fine if that's what it is. I honestly was confused though.
They joined the separate case.
Okay, so they're joining a separate case. They're joining it in one is what they're doing. And they call it the Cooper case. But honestly, that's what they've been doing for everybody. So maybe that's why I've been confused. Maybe because Cooper's is just getting on board with everybody else and they were still working on that. Maybe that's what that is, all that was. So 2 rounds of motions should be their goal, the judge said to the defendants and the prosecution. 2 rounds of motions, each motion to go 2 rounds and try and make that your goal. Be ready to back your motions up. 2 weeks for pre-trial motions from today. So we have a date, status hearing date, instead of monthly like it's supposed to be for some reason. And there's so many attorneys are going to be in France, attorneys are going to be vacationing somewhere else in the world. So there was really hard to pin it down. Judge wasn't going to be there for one of the dates. So finally they pinned down the next status hearing for June 15th, Wednesday at 09:30 in courtroom number 13, most likely. She talked about how that was preferable. And that's it. Ta-da.
June? Really? June?
Yep. But that's for, now remember, that's not a trial. That is a status hearing, meaning, are we doing well at moving forward?
Apparently, if they're doing a status hearing in June, they're not doing well at moving forward.
I agree with you. I had the same thought. I was very confused when I was writing that down. I said, June, they're supposed to do it monthly. Remember the first Wednesday of every month? That's what the original goal was at the 24th hearing. And I guess now we're going to skip a few months.
Yeah, I can't remember the exact case. It's been a couple of years ago, but I was watching this case between the federal government and some protester, and they literally kept this dude in jail for 4.5 years and waited until 8 days before statute of limitations ran out to actually try his case, in which everybody forgot about the whole damn thing. But anyway, let's move on into something else. And I don't know if you can help me with this. I put out the Shauna Cox video as well as everybody and their mother yesterday. I don't know if you can help me get in contact with her, but I would like to, if she's interested, to come on here and talk with us. I don't interview. I just let people talk. You know that?
I know you do a great job letting me talk this whole time.
Exactly. But so, if you can help me get in touch with her, that would be great. But
I'll try.
What is, you saw yesterday that bullshit FBI press conference, and then I went and put the video out after that. I don't know if you saw it.
I did. I shared it.
All right. So, not the, just inside the cab video. And it was, it was traumatic, not just for the listener or the watcher, but and it had to be incredibly traumatic for everybody in that truck. So why did the FBI not release the entire video? They released their part of the video, and I guarantee you, Shauna Cox started filming the minute they got pulled over, and she didn't stop filming, when Victoria got out of the truck. So where is the rest of that video is what I want to know. So anyway, go.
May I add to that? What about the head camera video? What about those videos? What about the body cams and the helmet cams?
Yeah, we know they're there. We know that. Yeah.
Yeah, where is all that? And why is it being released in little tiny bits and pieces?
Yeah, and I've had a ton of people say or tell me and show me that they have filed FOIA, Freedom of Information Act release, and they get denied every time. All denied.
And my other concern is, in regards to this releasing and bits and things like that, when you have all these body cams and other things like that, again, we already see the government looking pretty suspicious. But why would they not only withhold these things, but why are they trying so hard to sell a false narrative to the public? They're tainting the jury pool, that's why.
Yep.
They're tainting the jury pool against these guys by causing the confusion. Even if we're catching them in a few lies, the public, they're fickle people. They want it especially when the public has its own agenda. Many individuals have their own agenda, like the biodiversity group who has it out for the Bundys, when they have their own agenda, they'll take the mistakes the FBI made, so-called, I'm just playing devil's advocate here by minimizing the outright outrageous bold-faced lies already coming out and I'm minimizing it to saying a mistake, because you know you can be sure that groups out there like that are going to ignore those facts and still buy and latch on to the false narrative, the false agenda, in order to prosecute and persecute innocent human beings just because they don't like them.
It's like the images that they released of the inside of the boy's jacket.
Oh, the images, yeah.
I don't care who you are. A Derringer would not fit into that pouch.
Yeah, that looked like that was hard to stuff that weapon in that pocket, don't you think? That little white flimsy pocket inside the jacket.
Yeah, exactly. And we know that LeBoy had, and like I said, you know, LeBoy had he had a shoulder holster. We know that. So the fact that they were trying to say it was in that pocket is complete and total BS.
And you have a right back bullet entry wound that exits out the left side. Yeah, he was grabbing his left side.
You know, yeah. As I was saying, and I have found it endlessly interesting that this weapon did not come to light until after they got David Fry off of the refuge.
Remember something else too. Look at those images, people, the still photos of the AR-15 underneath the seat. Look real closely at how disgusting that truck looked. The black and charred areas from the gas canisters that were shot into the vehicle, crashing through windows with glass all over. Not only was there things charred and blackened and burned and paper strewn everywhere, but those weapons were pristine without even glass shattered and sprinkled onto the weapon.
Oh yeah, and they were all under the seats. It wasn't like anybody was shooting anything.
The seats, if you look under the seats when they lifted it, you can still see the destruction of the vehicle on the floor around the weapon and under the weapon. But yet the weapon had none of that mess on top of itself.
Right, exactly. Can you anyway, I asked a question earlier and I had to step away. Can you help me get Shauna Cox?
Oh, you want her now?
No, not right now, but at some point, you know, if she could. If right now, that's fine, but I know she's going on Newsmax right now, so there's no way we're going to bring her on right now. So
yeah, I'd have to prepare better for her. Yeah, I can definitely. I'll give her a ring and see if she's up to it. I'm sure she would. She wants all the information out.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, you know, when I try to run Newsmax information, I always get a copyright strike. They always file a copyright strike from Newsmax if I put anything that is Newsmax up. So I've had to stop doing that, which sucks.
Yeah, for sure. Sorry. I'm a patriot, so I'm having my snacks right now.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Well, you know, Mo, thank you very much. We needed this update, and it was very important that we all got to hear this. And I'm going to return you to your life and get some sleep, get some food, and get you some damn snacks and all that kind of stuff.
I got the snacks now.
They should sleep when we're dead.
Yeah, if we sleep, we die. No, I'm just kidding. Okay.
Yeah, you know what? People give me, you know, recently people have been giving me crap because my videos are so long.
Oh, well, I'm still sharing it.
There you go. Talk to you later. Peace out.
Brother, out here.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.
All right, so there you go. That was the gist of that.
Hey, what's up, YouTube? What's up, America? What's up, Patriots? James D here, JD, coming at you from San Francisco, California, Frisco. Just got something I wanted to get off my chest here. So when I first started posting these videos, or posted videos on my channel, I've had a channel, like I said before, I've had a channel for a long time, but that was just so my kids could go on there and look at cartoon stuff, or I posted a few private vids of my family just so my kids at swimming pools and stuff like that. And I wasn't using YouTube like I'm using it now. I wasn't posting videos and spreading awareness and whatnot. But when I first started actually posting videos, it was because of the Oregon situation and the whole standoff and how everything went down. And I wanted to get involved. I wanted to start putting the word out there and reaching people that maybe didn't know about it, because I would talk to people on the streets. Even today, I talk to people, in the Carpenters Union or my job sites, my clients. I talked to a client tonight. I went to work late tonight, and or this evening, not tonight, but this evening, I went to work late to a client's house, and he knows nothing about what's going on in Oregon, still. And that's just the way it is. The majority of people don't know. But anyway, so back to when I started posting, I got a lot of subscribers right away. I was posting everything on Camp Finicum before they were calling it Camp Finicum, when it was just a refuge, on the protests, and just on when PPN was out there, and Idaho 3%ers and all them, and I started getting a lot of subscribers right away, and at that point in time, when the whole refuge standoff was still going on, a lot of people were paying attention. A lot of people were subscribing and viewing, not just subscribers, just viewing, without subscribing, whatever. I don't care about the subscribers, I care about the views and I care about getting the message out there. But at that point in time, I was getting a whole lot of views, and so I felt like I was reaching a lot of people. And then once the standoff ended, the views kind of died down, like cut in half to my vids, because the show was over, so to speak. And then I see that again, today with not so much my channel, but with other channels, and it depends on the type of vid. So say if there's a vid posted of an awareness rally, just for example, I'll use the one that me and the guys I'm networking with and the other channels we're networking with are promoting this April 15th thing. So when a video goes out about that, hardly gets that many views, but as soon as you post something that is like the Finicum shooting, Shauna Cox's video, everyone tunes in, and and every channel is getting hundreds and hundreds of views on these things, right? And I'm talking about bigger channels than mine. I get a few hundred, whatever, but and then it's just you guys, a lot of you guys, and not everyone out there, man. This is just, I'm just throwing a rock out there, and whoever hits in the head is going to hit in the head. And I hope you think about this. You guys tune in like this is, like you would a football game or something. When the show is on, then you tune in. Then as soon as the show's over, it's like you forget about it. You don't care about the rallies. You don't care about spreading awareness. I don't know if you guys are patriots or you're just tuning in for whatever, but I mean, it seems like there's some of us out here, man, that this is a real thing for us. This is a real movement. The Patriot movement is a real thing. It's not a game. And we understand what's really going on. We understand that our freedoms are almost completely gone already. And if we don't stand up and do something about it, they are going to be completely gone. And you guys that are tuning in just to watch the show, man, we don't need you unless you're ready to step up. Everyone has problems. Everyone has a life. Everyone has jobs. I mean, majority people that can work and stuff. I'm not talking about everyone. I mean, there's disabled and elderly, retired. That's not what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about those that are tuning in that are maybe my age. I'm 38, maybe older a little bit, maybe younger a little bit, whatever. But you're tuning in for the show, but then you're not stepping up and doing anything afterwards. You're just watching the show. And that's irritating me. It makes me mad that we can't reach you enough to stand up with us and do something. And you know, everyone, like, I have a job. I have, you know, I'm in the carpenters union, and I also have side work. And I have enough time, I make sure I have enough time to make these vids and start spreading awareness. You know, and not only that, I have 2 kids that I take care of, and I'm going to court right now for back child support on my other 2 kids. They're trying to put me in debtor's prison, basically. You know what I mean? This is the type of things that I'm fighting too. You know, it just seems like, you know, people's lives, like, they have too much going on in their lives to get involved. You need to get involved. You need to get involved in some way instead of just sitting there and watching the show. Because it's not a show. This is real life, real deal shit, man. It's not just a show. And if you don't get involved, it's going to be too late when you realize you should have got involved. And that's serious shit. You know, I find the time to do this, you know, and I'm doing everything I can, as much as I can. Rich Guz doing everything he can. He puts up videos left and right about, you know, April 15th or you know, just to talk about how he feels about what's going on. You know, he puts these face-to-face videos up. He don't make videos. All he works off is, you know, he's just an average blue-collar worker, truck driver. He don't, you know, he works 12 hours a day, and he don't have time to make vids and make fancy vids and stuff. But nobody wants to tune in because he's not putting on a show. You know what I mean? He'll have, you know, 50 viewers on, or whatever, you know, views on his vids, even on my channel. When I mirror his vids, and a lot of other people mirror his vids, and he doesn't get many views because it's not a show, it's not fancy. You know, is that what you guys want? You guys want fancy? You guys want sparkle? You know, you want glitter and all that? Man, fucking go watch TV. Go watch a movie. Go watch some Hollywood. Go watch the debates. You know what I mean? That's what you guys want. Go watch the debates, man. They're putting on a good show for you. It's just irritating, bro. I'm telling you. And I go to court. I'm fighting the system in all different ways, but I make sure I have time to do this and get the word out and try to get the word out and try to reach people. You know, we need to do that. We all need to do that in some way or another, some fashion. Either through YouTube, through Facebook, through any type of social media, or on the street, word of mouth. You know what I mean? Do something. Stand up and do something about your freedoms. This is serious shit, man. You guys don't realize it. I think you guys just think it's a show or something. It's not a show. This is serious, real life stuff. And it's happening every day. It's been happening right now today. Do you think... Just look at the Uranium One ties with the Oregonian. You think that's the only ties they have with media? You think that's the only ties they have? You know, they have ties in the political world, you know, in the media world. They have ties, you know, these are the bad guys. And they got powerful people repping them and behind them. And we're just the little guys. Like me and Rich Guz and Shuff, you know, Sean and Dallas Aarons and Off-Grid Nation and, you know, so many others out there. We're just the little guys. We don't, you know, we don't get the exposure that those big guys get, the big bad guys get. We can't reach the masses. So we need help. We need patriots to stand up and do something instead of sitting there watching the show. You know, you got people getting disheartened because they're not reaching nobody. Nobody's listening. And it's typical.
And I'm going to start this all over because this guy says everything I feel.
What's up, YouTube? What's up, America? What's up, Patriots? James D here, JD, coming at you from San Francisco, California, Frisco. Just got something I wanted to get off my chest here. So when I first started posting these videos, or posted videos on my channel, you know, I've had a channel, like I said before, I've had a channel for a long time, but that was just so my kids could go on there and look at cartoon stuff, or, you know, and I posted a few private vids of my family just so, you know, my kids at swimming pools and stuff like that. And I wasn't using YouTube like I'm using it now. I wasn't posting videos and spreading awareness and whatnot. But when I first started actually posting videos, you know, it was because of the Oregon situation and the whole standoff and how everything went down and you know, I wanted to get involved. I wanted to start, you know, putting the word out there and reaching people that maybe didn't know about it. Because I would talk to people on the streets. Even today, I talk to people, you know, in the Carpenters Union or my job sites, my clients. You know, I talked to a client tonight. I went to work late tonight, and or this evening, not tonight, but this evening I went to work late to a client's house, and he knows nothing about what's going on in Oregon, still. And you know, that's just the way it is. The majority of people don't know. But anyway, so back to when I started posting, you know, I got a lot of subscribers right away. I was posting everything on Camp Finicum before they were calling it Camp Finicum, when it was just a refuge, you know, on the protests, and just, you know, on when PPN was out there, and you know, Idaho 3%ers and all them, and you know, I started getting a lot of subscribers right away, and at that time, at that point in time, when the whole refuge standoff was still, you know, going on, a lot of people were paying attention. A lot of people were subscribing and viewing, not just subscribers, just viewing without subscribing, whatever. I don't care about the subscribers, I care about the views and I care about getting the message out there. But at that point in time, I was getting a whole lot of, you know, views. And so I felt like I was reaching a lot of people. And then once the standoff ended, you know, the views kind of died down, like cut in half to my vids, because, you know, the show was over, so to speak. And then I see that again, you know, today with, you know, not so much my channel, but with other channels. And it depends on the type of vid, you know. So say if there's a vid posted of, you know, an awareness rally, just, you know, for example, I'll use the one that, you know, me and the guys I'm networking with and the other channels we're networking with are promoting this April 15th thing. So when a video goes out about that, hardly gets that many views, you know. But as soon as you post something that is like the Finicum shooting, you know, Shauna Cox's video, everyone tunes in, and you know, and every channel is getting, you know, hundreds and hundreds of views on these things, right? And I'm talking about bigger channels than mine. I get a few hundred, whatever. You know, and then it's just, you know, you guys, a lot of you guys, and not everyone out there, man, this is just, man, I'm just throwing a rock out there, and whoever hits in the head is going to hit in the head, and I hope you think about this. You guys tune in like this is, you know, like you would a football game or something. When the show is on, then you tune in. Then as soon as the show's over, it's like you forget about it. You know, you don't care about the rallies, you don't care about, you know, spreading awareness. You know, I don't know if you guys are patriots or you're just tuning in for whatever, but I mean, it seems like, you know, there's some of us out here, man, that this is a real thing for us. This is a real movement. The Patriot movement is a real thing. It's not a game. And we understand what's really going on. We understand that our freedoms are almost completely gone already. And if we don't stand up and do something about it, they are going to be completely gone. And you know, you guys that are tuning in just to watch the show, man, we don't need you unless you're ready to step up. Everyone has problems. Everyone has a life. Everyone has jobs. I mean, majority people that can work and stuff. I'm not talking about everyone. I mean, there's disabled and elderly, retired. This is not what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about those that are tuning in that are maybe my age. I'm 38, maybe older a little bit, maybe younger a little bit, whatever. But you're tuning in for the show, but then you're not stepping up and doing anything afterwards. You're just watching the show. And that's irritating me. It makes me mad that we can't reach you enough to stand up with us and do something. And you know, everyone, like, I have a job. I have you know, I'm in the Carpenters Union, and I also have side work. And I have enough time. I make sure I have enough time to make these vids and start spreading awareness. You know, and not only that, I mean, I have 2 kids that I take care of, and I'm going to court right now for back child support on my other 2 kids. They're trying to put me in debtor's prison, basically. You know, I mean, this is the type of things that I'm fighting too. You know, it just seems like, you know, people's lives, like, they have too much going on in their lives to get involved. You need to get involved. You need to get involved in some way instead of just sitting there and watching the show, because it's not a show. This is real life, real deal shit, man. It's not just a show. If you don't get involved, it's going to be too late when you realize you should have got involved. And that's serious shit. You know, I find the time to do this, you know, and I'm doing everything I can, as much as I can. Rich Guz doing everything he can. He puts up videos left and right about, you know, April 15th or you know, just to talk about how he feels about what's going on. You know, he puts these face-to-face videos up. He don't make videos. All he works off is, you know, he's just an average blue-collar worker, truck driver. He don't, you know, he works 12 hours a day, and he don't have time to make vids and make fancy vids and stuff, but nobody wants to tune in because he's not putting on a show. You know what I mean? He'll have, you know, 50 viewers on, or whatever, you know, views on his vids, even on my channel. When I repost, I mirror his vids, and a lot of other people mirror his vids, and he doesn't get many views because it's not a show, it's not fancy. You know, is that what you guys want? You guys want fancy? You guys want sparkle? You know, you want glitter and all that? Man, fucking go watch TV. Go watch a movie. Go watch some Hollywood. Go watch the debates. You know what I mean? That's what you guys want. Go watch the debates, man. They're putting on a good show for you. It's just irritating, bro. I'm telling you. And I go to court. I'm fighting the system in all different ways, but I make sure I have time to do this and get the word out and try to get the word out and try to reach people. You know, we need to do that. We all need to do that in some way or another, some fashion. Either through YouTube, through Facebook, through any type of social media, or on the street, word of mouth. You know what I mean? Do something. Stand up and do something about your freedoms. This is serious shit, man. You guys don't realize it. I think you guys just think it's a show or something. It's not a show. This is serious, real life stuff. And it's happening every day. It's been happening. Right now, today. Do you think... Just look at the Uranium One ties with the Oregonian. You think that's the only ties they have with media? You think that's the only ties they have? You know, they have ties in the political world, you know, in the media world. They have ties, you know, these are the bad guys. And they got powerful people repping them and behind them. And we're just the little guys. Like me and Rich Guz and Shuff. You know, Sean and Dallas Aarons and Off-Grid Nation and, you know, so many others out there. We're just the little guys. We don't, you know, we don't get the exposure that those big guys get, the big bad guys get. We can't reach the masses. So we need help. We need patriots to stand up and do something instead of sitting there watching the show. You know, you got people getting disheartened because they're not reaching nobody. Nobody's listening. And it's typical. It's just typical, man. So if that rock, man, if this rock I'm throwing, man, hit you in the head, man, wake the fuck up. Peace out.
All right, for those that missed it, and in a situation like this, you figured that every
You'll see the second meeting of President Clinton's Council on Sustainable Development.
Patriots do, that the federal government tends to solve problems with bloodshed, unless all parties come out with their hands up, and submit to arrest whether there is a real crime, or not. With the understanding that those who might enter the refuge, since renamed Harney County Resource Center, HCRC, might find that the government would want to arrest them. It was felt by the Operation Mutual Defense Advisory Board, OMDAB, that a caveat regarding that possibility be included in a call-out. Upon being advised, through other sources, that Brandon Curtis, Idaho 3%, had secured a 40-acre parcel for visitors to camp on, this seemed to be the solution to an alternate location for those who might otherwise not show up because of the caveat. However, one of those inside of the HCRC expressed his concern that Brandon will be used as a collective name for Idaho 3% and Pacific Patriot Network, PPN, and the individual, as appropriate to the context, had stated that he was there, along with his following, to assure that there would not be another Waco, and suggested that he would probably drop his gun and run, should things change for the worse. It was with this in mind that I sought to contact Brandon, on behalf of OMD, and managed to do so through Pete Santilli, on January 10th. When I told Pete that I was trying to reach Brandon, he said, "Just a minute," and he handed his phone to Brandon. Brandon was cordial in the first part of the discussion, though he was rather assertive. "Any militia that come to Burns are under my command," he said. That sounded like a sort of militia martial law, and Brandon, with 8 or 9 years of law enforcement experience, but no military experience, has taken command. But, then, I knew this was the prime directive when I called for Brandon. He also claimed to have secured 40 acres for camping purpose, directly across from the refuge, though I found out later that it was directly across from the Narrows, about 6 miles from the refuge. Perhaps he secured it, or perhaps it was a fantasy, as he did not even know where it was. I had been directed by the OMD AB to ascertain whether, if Brandon decided to order everyone to go home, would he release those who came under the OMD banner? For him to understand what this question was being posed, seeking a solution, I prefaced it with the drop gun's concern. Can I say that I was surprised when he dropped the phone and ran? Well, I wasn't as surprised as I might have been, since the first few minutes on the phone, I was mostly listening, while Brandon appeared to want to both ask and answer his question as well as the reason for my call. Pete, endeavoring to get patriots to work together, re-established communications by having Brandon call me. This time, however, it sounded as if we were on speakerphone, and additional parties were present, including Eric Parker and Brooke Agresta. I tried to explain that I am old school, and when you seek a solution, you must understand the problem. I don't believe that they ever fully digested that thought, as they spent quite a few minutes berating me, telling me what I said, which is not what I said, since I didn't have the opportunity, and finally concluded with Brooke telling me that she would destroy me in the patriot community if I didn't do something, I don't recall what, in the next 3 minutes, as she spoke for the next 2 minutes and then hung the phone up. Well, that discussion didn't go too well, so I had to find an alternative for those who didn't want to risk the possible consequences of staying inside of the HCRC. That, however, would have to be put off to another day. That was my first introduction to Brandon Curtis, though his name had come up earlier. In a report given by Ryan Payne to an OMD AB special meeting, November 19, nearly 2 months before the above incident, Ryan Payne explained some circumstances surrounding the meetings held with both the Hammonds and Sheriff Ward. The report, though second-hand, bears out what subsequent events tend to substantiate. The pertinent part of the report can be heard in this clip, Ryan Payne speaking. The foundation for subsequent activities by PPA and Idaho 3%, and to some degree, Oath Keepers, is clearly established. My next dealing with Brandon Curtis occurred on January 28, 2 days after the murder of Lavoy Finicum. Due to the arrests made during the ambush, I no longer had access to people and information that were necessary to what I intended to write. Though my room was booked for another night, I had decided to return home where I am accustomed to writing. So, I began loading my truck for the return journey. The evening before, I had written a call-out, explained in Stand Up, Stand Down. In that call-out, I had recognized the necessity of an immediate response, and that response would have to come from the Harney County area, to be effective. What it said in part 1.
Another day, and I'm still struggling with my diabetes. I do my best.
Area, to be effective. What it said in part was: Attention all Oath Keepers, Idaho 3%ers, Pacific Patriots Network, especially Brandon Curtis, Joe Rice, Eric Parker, and Stuart Rhodes. You have an obligation to proceed to the Harney County Resource Center, the Wildlife Refuge, immediately, in order to protect the patriots still there. If you fail to arrive, you will demonstrate by your own actions that your previous statements to defend life, liberty, and property were false. As I was carrying some things to the truck, a man walked up to me. I recognized him as Curtis, and I noticed that there were 4 other men with him, all in their 20s or 30s, and 3 of them quite husky. Brandon introduced himself, and as is my habit, I extended my hand. He replied that he would not shake my hand and then accused me of calling him a coward. Now, the circumstances didn't warrant, in most cases, my attention to exact words. However, my reply was something along the lines that I did not call him a coward, only his action, or lack thereof, would make that determination. One of the, let me call them, goons, was taking video with his phone, so there exists a record of these dealings. So, if I am in error, let them come forward with the entire video. As I continued to go to the room and return to the truck to load it, Eric Parker challenged me, as well. They tried to block my passage, and I had to walk around them. At one point, I was putting things in the back seat, 4-door, and when I turned around, Curtis had blocked as much of the area between the door and bed of the truck as he could block. There is no doubt that he wanted me to push my way through, and then claim that I had assaulted him. However, I turned sideways and managed to slide out and go about my business. During the course of my coming and going from the room, I called the manager and asked him to call the cops, that I was being threatened and harassed. It might seem ironic to some that I ended up calling the cops on someone who spent 8 or 9 years as a cop, but why not give him a taste of his own medicine? While the harassment continued, and threats were being made, I heard a voice from behind me saying, "Leave him alone." One of the beefier goons went up and faced this rather short, wiry guy. When I glanced back over that way, a few seconds later, the goon had decided not to take on the little guy. The manager walked by and told me that he had finally gotten through to the police. Just a minute or so later, Brandon offered me his hand. I told him that he had his chance, and chose not to take it. At about the same time, the little guy said, quite loudly, "Don't do it," meaning don't shake his hand. I was really beginning to like this guy. When I had the truck nearly loaded, I went over to see who this supporter was. I asked him if I knew him. He simply replied, "Wolf." He explained that he was a friend of Casey Massey, and it struck me that I had interviewed him when I did the story of the shooting by the bits per second agent. I couldn't recall, at that time, what his real name was, and now that I do, I think I'll just leave it at Wolf. He told me that he had been asked to go to Burns to protect me, though he refused to say who gave him those instructions. So, that will remain a mystery to both the reader and me, but it was nice to know that someone, besides my family, was concerned for my safety. While still talking with Wolf, the police finally arrived. I explained what had occurred to the officer. In the meantime, another patriot that I had met the night before had been watching from the second-floor balcony, and he came down and joined us. Both he and Wolf confirmed what I told the cop. Meanwhile, other cops were interrogating Brandon and the goons, so that head cop, the one that I had spoken to, went over to put the pieces together. Soon, he returned and said, "Everything has been taken care of. You have nothing to worry about. If there is a problem, call us and we will be here, right away." I thanked him and wished him a good day. Meanwhile, the second-floor patriot was joined by his girlfriend. I offered to take all to breakfast, but Wolf decided it would be his treat. We went to a local truck stop and had a great breakfast, and a wonderful conversation between real patriots. Interestingly, my dealings with Brandon Curtis were not over. On February 4th, just after 11 a.m., I received a Facebook PM from him. It started out, "All bullshit aside with our differences, I am not planning on storming any barricades. That would be insane. This is getting spun up and out of control. This led to a rather extended PM exchange, and a phone call, identified in the PM, that led to what I thought would be a resolution of our differences and beginning to work together. It had to do with a conversation that I had earlier with someone who contacted me as he was traveling to Oregon. The post in question, which will also appear in the PMs, states that PPN will march through the barricades and through the FBI. This information was passed on as unconfirmed, but would be necessary for the person to get to the Narrows and be prepared to bring those who were not affiliated with PPN to join them, if it were true. My team continued to track the source of that information in an effort to confirm, or deny, the information. It had become quite apparent that many absurd stories had been circulating, by that time. At 11:03 a.m., February 4th, I get a Facebook PM from Brandon Curtis. At 11:27 a.m., begins the explanation as to what had occurred, and what the OMD position was in the matter. To aid the foreign side, Fry, 2 Andersons and Banta, we wanted to see if we could get them some relief so that we could be sure of holding the fort long enough to put out a general call, hoping for many more to come to Burns to assist in keeping the public lands open to the public. At 11:32, I suggest that we begin working together. Brandon agreed. Then, I indicate what the OMD position is, that we need the relief to get into the refuge. At about 12:30 Brandon wanted to go telephonic. Not yet being sure that I could rely on what he said, based upon the previous experience, I recorded the call. A timeline to key parts of the conversation follows. 0:24 to 4 o'clock, explanation of how we can hold the ground. Brandon builds obstacle to discourage any real action. Then, he explains that he got a call from Oregon State Police, OSP, based upon what he had sent me, in PM at 11:18 a.m. So, I have to wonder why they called him. They didn't call me, though I appear to be an instigator. Does Brandon have some special relationship with the OSP? Did they call him to get him to thwart any action that might provide relief to those inside? 5:06 to 7:50, he suggests that this would be a point of no return. Darn, someday, if we want constitutional government restored, there will be a point of no return. He thinks that we would need 1,000 well-trained patriots. To form the battle line that has been suggested would only require discipline. If we cannot get our country back without well-trained patriots, then we just might as well put our hands behind our backs and back up to the nearest FBI agent. That is nothing more than an obstacle, really, an obstruction, which has little merit. When you have to fight, you fight with what you have. Patriots have been training for many years. Do we train into oblivion? However, I continue to discuss a tactic that has been presented, as that tactic would be both unanticipated and difficult to defend against. 8:29 to 9 o'clock, Brandon talks about the callouts that they have done. Those callouts will be discussed elsewhere, but they have been absent any show of force. Rather, they are intended to just get people to Burns and let them be a burden on the town, see the Burns community. Quite frankly, what he had, and continues to call for, has hurt far more than it helped those in the refuge. He then states that those who had come to Burns, and the refuge, scattered after Lavoie was shot. The cause and effect of that reaction is discussed in Stand Up, Stand Down, and there were persistent phone calls and text messages, from PPN, to those inside, to abandon their positions. This resulted in only 8 or 9 defenders by the next morning. 9:01 to 10:29, discussion of passive and active support. Brandon seems to prefer passive demonstrations, though he is Idaho 3%. 3% is the John Adams estimate of how many colonists fought, like with muskets, against the British. This is also the difference between civil disobedience, which might get you arrested, and civil defiance, which is defying the presumed authority with arms, as at the Bundy Ranch in April 2014. Then, he mentions Lavoie, and says that he doesn't want anyone else losing their life. So, now we step into the world of peaceful resolution. That was the mantra of the FBI, Sheriff Ward, Judge Grasty, and, apparently, PPN Idaho 3%, and the Oath Keepers. 1340 to 1640, Brandon explains that he spoke with Ammon and Ryan about letting them, Brandon, know when they were going to be out and about so they could be overwatch and scouting around. So, they, Brandon, took a lot of hits since they weren't there, at the shooting. However, the run into town has no good place for an ambush. It is wide open. Now, if someone wanted to provide overwatch and scouting around, there was no reason for Brandon to drop that mission, since he should have known that the road to Grant County went through the Malheur National Forest, with plenty of trees, rolling country, and many curves, ideal for an ambush. As far as not being notified, the meeting in John Day was well advertised as much as a week, or more, before that fateful day. However, it is probably much easier to be sitting in a restaurant, enjoying a meal paid for by contributions made to support the operation, than to take the initiative and scout the route. If they had done so, it is quite apparent that the ambush location was established at least a day before, when branches were cut from trees to facilitate firing positions, snowmobile tracks, and the entire ambush area prepared, and probably quite obvious, at least to someone who could scout an area, before, not after, the fact. 1825 to 1910, Brandon has both numbers and was going to give them to B.J. Soper, presumably to let him know that we are working together. 2144 to 2204, here, Brandon includes the FBI, along with OSP, as having contacted him. Why they have so much faith in getting answers from Brandon is a matter for speculation, at this point. 2232 to 2322, Brandon says, well, we will work through it. It's okay. And by all of us coming together, and then working together, it just makes us stronger. We then, finally, shook hands, over the phone. That is the honorable thing that real men do. Then, he says, this is what we all need to be doing, working together and building our network, larger. So, we end the conversation with what should be a good and honorable working relationship. On the morning of February 5th, I discovered that, without notifying me, nor having received that call that Soper was supposed to have made to me, the call to action at the blockade had been changed to a demonstration at the site of Lavoie's murder.
After that, I had a private meeting with the sheriff myself, and I talked to Ammon about a couple things. So I want to go back on what happened in the meeting with the Hammonds and what happened in the meeting with the sheriff with the Pacific Patriots Network, because I believe it is an item of concern. During the meeting with the Hammonds, as I said before, it was very much about pitching themselves and their organization. And what they were they definitely made a point of mentioning that basically that if things were going to be pursued, then they would be the ones that were at the head of that table, that everybody else would be falling under them. They would be vetting everybody. They would be making sure that it was all the right people that were involved and keep all the crazies out. And what I mean by that is they expanded very well on saying they didn't point the finger directly at me, but it was very much obvious that every time they were talking about, and they did look at me when they were saying those things. So anybody that was there would have realized who they were talking about, that they would be running the operation very tightly, and basically, and Ammon sounded like authoritarian state. That their intention when they go into something is to have complete control, and that every action will go through them, and anybody involved is going to have to answer to them. In the sheriff's meeting, they did the same thing, and they also expanded on it with him, that they have been looking into other organizations and other individuals, and that one of the things that they are very careful about is keeping people out that want to pursue violence and want to start a war, and that all they want to see is a violent revolution get kicked off. And they definitely made a point over and over again of offering their services directly to the sheriff. Tell us what you need. We'll lend our intelligence resources and every other resource that we can. Very pompously, they mentioned a few times to the sheriff that we have information gathering resources. We know things that you can't even get. So that, as I said, it was very much a pitch of themselves, where they were trying to sell them on what they were and that they would have complete control. Now,
it was door 5, doesn't it?
There was some other offhanded comments that were, Ammon recognized it, I recognize it, that were specifically directed at us. And part of, those comments were as well. So after the meeting, I told the sheriff I wanted to speak with him privately. And I also told Ammon, because the Pacific Patriots guys, all of those, Ammon and I walked out, and the other people who were the historian and who weren't involved with the PPN, we walked out and we were talking outside, and all of the PPN people, they stayed in and were talking to the sheriff for another half hour or so. I told Ammon at that time that I guarantee you right now, because Ammon's been very, very worried about division amongst the people who are going to lend support. And I promised him that I would make sure that none of that was apparent in our...
Another day, and I'm still struggling with my diabetes. I do my best to manage, but it's hard to keep up with it.
Your body and your diabetes change over time. Your treatment plan may too. Know your options. Once Daily Toujeo is a long-acting insulin from the makers of Lantus. It releases slowly to provide consistent insulin levels for a full 24 hours. Toujeo also provides proven full 24-hour blood sugar control and significant A1C reduction. Toujeo is a long-acting man-made insulin used to control high blood sugar in adults with diabetes. It contains 3 times as much insulin in 1 milliliter as standard insulin. Don't use Toujeo to treat diabetic ketoacidosis during episodes of low blood sugar or if you're allergic to insulin. Allergic reaction may occur and may be life-threatening. Don't reuse needles or share insulin pens, even if the needle has been changed. The most common side effect is low blood sugar, which can be serious and life-threatening. It may cause shaking, sweating, fast heartbeat, and blurred vision. Check your blood sugar levels daily while using Toujeo. Injection site reactions may occur. Don't change your dose or type of insulin without talking to your doctor. Tell your doctor if you take other medicines and about all your medical conditions. Insulins, including Toujeo, in combination with
good grief!
That I would make sure that none of that was apparent in our meetings with these people. But
where the hell did that come from?
That there is
that shit, that crap only happens if I step away from my computer.
what their intentions are and
Sorry.
The actions that they pursue, and also the manner in which they pursue them. I told them, and I guarantee you right now that they're sitting in there telling that sheriff about OMD and about
They're watching
myself,
me.
and telling him that he needs to stay away from us. And when I went into the meeting, my private meeting with the sheriff, he confirmed that. He not only confirmed that he said that it's also coming from the government. So the government has been telling him that we want a violent revolution and that we want to start a fight with the federal government, that we are looking for a war. So that's the line, and he didn't say it directly, but there was plenty enough of what he alluded to that is also what he had been told by the Pacific Patriots Network people. So I thought that was an interesting connection to make, that the federal government's line and the Oath Keepers Pacific Patriots Network line is exactly the same. And that they're trying to insert themselves as in a total control manner to keep everybody out. And it's very much obvious that they want to control the narrative. They said we have media resources that nobody else has. We have information gathering resources that nobody else has. And we will control the narrative with the media. They wanted to assert over and over again that they would control the narrative with the media, and that the media would have to put out the right things because we're going to give them the information to put out, and they won't be allowed to put out anything but the correct information. So there was a ridiculous statement on its face. But you can see very much that their intent is to control everything. So my private meeting with the sheriff went well. He did tell me that he basically of everyone sitting at that table, that through our conversations that he probably agrees with me more than anybody else. So that's good. And he doesn't believe that we want a violent revolution. He says, I don't see any indicators of that. He has gone back and watched a bunch of videos, and he's done his research on myself and on the organization. And so, I feel a comfort level with him. I also feel a comfort level with the Hammonds that they don't buy into that crap either. So I think that part of, that's a totally separate conversation as far as the whole issue is concerned, but it's definitely integral into it on how they're positioning themselves. There definitely wasn't any mention whatsoever, except from me, on working together. They never once went into that conversation. I offered it up. There has to be unity. We need to work together on these things. They don't want to work together. And so that's basically where it's all at. The Hammonds, they said that he hasn't decided whether he's going to turn himself in or not. And so that the decision on whether to provide personal protection for them is still up in the air. But I feel pretty confident that that we could start looking at courses of action on how to affect their defense, indirectly, and that they're not going to speak out against it, and most likely will come out in support of it. The sheriff is the other issue. We're basically waiting on his decision. If the sheriff, there again, if he decides that he's not going to stand for the Hammonds, then that is going to be the point where serious course of action discussions on what we actually want to do can start taking place.
So we should know everybody's decision by the phone call on Sunday after Thanksgiving.
We told the sheriff the week after Thanksgiving, so there's going to be a specific time where we call him and say, where are you at? So I would say that we'll probably have to have a special meeting after that as well.
Because the longer he waits, the shorter the time frame is to put anything together.
Yeah, that was specifically told to him, and that's why Ammon and I had talked about setting a time frame to give him the ability to make that decision, but that it had to be a specific point, that after he had until this time to make that decision, and after that things were going to start being pursued. And so he's very aware of the time crunch. He agrees with it, and he agrees that that's a good point that we're making in that, is that there should be he should have to make the decision, and that we should be allowed time to do things that we feel we need to do. So,
well, our decision he said he doesn't want problems in his county, so he's going to be looking at whoever shoots first if somebody shoots.
Well, what he did say, you know, the key is if the sheriff is going to defend the Hammonds and say, I'm not going to allow them to be arrested, then the proper authority has done that. And basically what we're looking at is if the proper authority fails, then the people have to make the proper authority.
Well, if he takes that position, we're going to back him up. If he doesn't take that position, we're going to back the Hammonds up, correct?
Exactly. Yeah, and really nobody else at the table was willing to say that, and he directly pointed at me and he said, you know, Ryan, through our conversations, really I am aware of the lack of a gray area. He said, you have definitely taken the hard line, and I'm very aware that because who was it? It was Brooke again who told the sheriff, we want to stand behind you and we want to support you, and you know, no matter what decision you make, whether it's this way or that, we're going to support you in that decision. And so I cut her off and said, you know, that's their opinion, and that may be their opinion, but and the sheriff at that point said, that's when he started the conversation. I know where you stand, you know, where you guys are at, that, and so I told him specifically, if you do not stand with the Hammonds, we will not support you. You will have placed yourself with the other side in saying I'm going to allow them to be arrested, and at that point, we will not support you, and we will be ensuring that the Hammonds do not get arrested.
So it's clear that Oath Keepers is going to take the law in position in any circumstance.
Yes, they are, and they had.
Hello?
Hey, Gary.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Brandon.
Hey, Brandon.
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good.
How was lunch?
Good. I like to sit down with the family occasionally.
What's that?
I like to sit down with the family occasionally.
That's good. I was just going to say it's better that way when the wife makes it for you. It makes it more enjoyable.
Yeah.
So, what was your idea? What were you thinking?
Well, we need to get people inside. And those four, you know, my feeling is we still hold the ground. We took a hit on the battle on the 26th, but we still hold the ground. And if we continue to hold the ground, it will be a positive for patriots around the country. Right now, is it a defeat? No, because we still hold the ground. But if it becomes a defeat, it's going to be disheartening. So if we can get some people in there to bolster this, now the problem is going in armed is a problem, but there are some weapons in there. I have no idea how many. Lavoie's room would have his arms in it. Ryan Payne's would probably have his arms in it. Ryan Bundy, Ammon, and the people that were arrested probably locked their rooms when they left, or perhaps nobody has gone into those rooms if they weren't locked. And so there would be some available weapons. I don't know what the four have, but just enough to hold things back. And if that happened, then it might be another rally for people to come.
Another day, and I'm still struggling with my diabetes. I do my best to manage, but it's hard to keep up with it.
Your body and your diabetes change over time. Your treatment plan may too. Know your options. Once Daily Toujeo is a long-acting insulin from the makers of Lantus. It releases slowly to provide consistent insulin levels for a full 24 hours. Toujeo also provides proven full 24-hour blood sugar control and significant A1C reduction. Toujeo is a long-acting man-made insulin used to control high blood sugar in adults with diabetes. It contains 3 times as much insulin in 1 milliliter as standard insulin. Don't use Toujeo to treat diabetic ketoacidosis during episodes of low blood sugar or if you're allergic to insulin. Allergic reaction may occur and may be life-threatening. Don't reuse needles or share insulin pens, even if the needle has been changed. The most common side effect is low blood sugar, which can be serious and life-threatening.
Another rally for people to come reinforce that. Continue to hold the ground.
Yeah, but my concern is, getting close to there. They have that perimeter set up, about 6 mile perimeter around. Even if people were to come, I'm not sure how they would get access to that location.
Well, my understanding, most recent, I think yesterday, is from the Narrows down to the blockade is open.
The blockade, right. So are you saying just go to the blockade?
Go to the blockade. Now, the problem is, the report I got was they've got the same configuration, one car in the center of the road facing out, and 2 at an angle. Same thing they had up at the shooting. But they're on our side of the bridge, which is an advantage because they could be pushed into the water if they were overwhelmed. Or in the alternative to that ditch there that the bridge goes over, which is where the front end loader was, looks to be about 4 feet deep, but I don't know for sure. It's about 30 feet wide, 30 to 40 feet wide by the bridge. So if people got to the barricade and split, going both directions, and there were no arms, the government would look awful bad if they started shooting. That doesn't mean that they wouldn't, but then they would lose a lot over that, blood on top of blood. But there's also other ways perhaps they could get in without crossing that river, which would be over towards the east side or the southeast.
Well, so I got a call, I'll just share with you too, I got a call this morning from Oregon State Police because they had saw all that information that was going around that I had sent you.
Yeah.
And they told me that if people come to the barricade or the roadblock, that they would use whatever means, appropriate force, whether it be, arrests if people are unarmed, if people without arms, whatever was needed. So my concern is now with all the hype and all the attention on this, that it would have detrimental results and still fall on, still back to square one. My other concern is, when I spoke with David Fry a few nights ago before their comms were cut off, I guess it was the last night I was in Burns, he made it very clear that he doesn't trust the Patriot community anymore, and it's just that those 4 there, and that if anyone came, they would be untrusted because it'd be trickery, and, then I'm afraid of engaging in a firefight there.
Well, but at the same time, he's asking for help from the Patriot community, so it would be a matter of him feeling comfortable initially. I know David, I met him, spent not a whole lot of time with him, but he was in the media center, and we talked a few times, and I'm not sure if I know Sean or not. I think I recognize him, and the Jeff Banta I'm not sure of, but I think he's the guy that was one of the team leaders out of the MOB. So they would, but I'm not up there, so. But
yeah, I know I'm back in Boise too right now. I don't know. The problem is too is even if we were to go down that road, a couple different things. We're coming home to a point of no return, and then manpower is always a concern too of who's going to show up and carry something like that out, and the consequences of that. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, OMD mail list and participation has grown phenomenally. The other day there were 4,532 visits to the page, and about 40 new people have signed up for the mail list. And my feeling is if they started cross-country now, they don't know if these guys are going to hold out or not. You got 4 people surrounded. And so if we had people in there, and the staying power was there, we would put out a call out. And what I think might be kind of interesting, if we could get, hundreds or 1,000 people there, and they formed a battle line like the old British and came up from the south, that would overwhelm the guys there. That line, if we had 1,000 people, for example, shoulder to shoulder, it'd be 3/4 of a mile. If they had 2 feet between them, it would exceed a mile in width.
Right.
And that would be something that, nobody's been used to since World War II. And even World War II, it's very rare that occurred, but that goes back to the old method, which would be something unanticipated, to say the least. You know, you can't mow down all those people.
Well, my only concern is getting that many people to show up. I mean, with my estimate on what's sitting in Burns right now on the FBI side, they probably got 300 to 400 agents, just the FBI side, a contractor, whatever they are. Then you got your local assets. I mean, we would have to have 2,000 well-trained patriots to show up to carry anything out like that, and that's just in itself is something that I don't know if it's possible.
Well, I think 1,000 would be
well-trained.
I think 1,000 is enough. And as far as well-trained, if they right shoulder arms and just march up there, that would be intimidating in itself, and would be interesting to see the consequences. You know, as far as well-trained, it's nice to have well-trained, but other people can fire weapons too. They've done they're running around the forest playing soldier, but they've gone to the rifle range. They can aim and squeeze. And I would hope that if we had that overwhelming force, we could avoid any bloodshed. That's the reason I think that might be viable. Now, as far as participation, when I put the call out on the 26th, the one that you didn't like, and I apologize, but if we could have gotten 20 or 30 people in that night, we'd be far better off. I don't know why it dwindled so quickly. When I left there were 8 or 9 people there, and there might have been a 10th SEAL one. But I wasn't asking Jason how many people inside. That's just what I caught from conversations that transpired between him and people. And I was assisting him primarily with the press, lining people up to interview him.
Right. Well, and we put out several calls to action too during the entire duration we've been there, and asking for help, and at all levels. And the reality is everyone's going to be in place and have no issue, and then as soon as the heat turns up, they bounce. That's what as soon as Lavoie was shot, I mean, everyone just kind of scattered. And I think it was just such a shock. No one expected that to go down that way, and so I think we're gonna, that's another reason why a lot of people just scattered and left.
Well, the people up there were more of a passive support than anything, because there were a lot of people contacting me asking if it was time. And I put out that flyer, and then or that notice, and then I rescinded it about 24 hours later, and some people that were packing their gear ready to go. There are a lot of people that will come to a non-passive event where they're not going to come to a passive event. And this goes back to civil disobedience versus civil defiance. And, if you think back to April 2014, how many people from Las Vegas, I think the highway was 2 or 3 lanes, but it was backed up 4 miles, and most of those were militia.
Right.
So when there's a potential for something that's not passive, is more on the defiant side, the participation is going to be a lot greater. But guys that have been training as militia don't want to hold signs. So
no, and I agree. But the concern is, like, where were those guys when this whole thing started? It's kind of what we bounced back to the same wall again. I don't know, and I don't necessarily know if taking the offensive against the guys at the barricade, armed or unarmed, is necessarily a good idea either, just because of, we saw what they do to an unarmed guy like Lavoie, and I don't want anyone else losing their life.
Well, Lavoie didn't have a gun in his hand, but according to the people I've spoken with, he never went without the shoulder holster. They always left their weapons in the car, and the .45 revolver was probably in the car.
Right.
We know rifles were there. McConnell actually had his pistol strapped on when he backed up to them and laid down. They disarmed him and cuffed him then. Ryan Payne got out without any weapons on. And so their normal pattern, though, was to have arms in the vehicles. And in talking with 2 other people, that Lavoie never went without his 9mm, and it is tucked well under his shoulder, so there's no bulge, or under his armpit, so there's no bulge. So it appears he has it. At least with my investigation, there's no reason to believe that he didn't. Shauna got in the truck too late to see if he was armed. Her and Victoria getting in there was because they missed the Sharp family van that had left 10 or 15 minutes before them. and Victoria was late getting ready. So if we get people in, they would perhaps be subject to arrest if we didn't have the turnout. But the opportunity for a bloodless battle, I believe, is there. One that we could win because there's a lot of sympathy for what's going on, but there's no active militia-oriented activity. And why did the people not come up? Well, what got Ammon and everybody in that crew so complacent that they thought they could go anywhere without risk? Early on, I talked to Ryan, and I told him I thought there was a risk even going into town unless he had a good contingent with him. But over that month, I'm sure the FBI told Wade to back off. And Wade backed off, and I think it was a plan that they pulled out of a box and adapted to there. After the Bundy Ranch, they must have had their think tank working on different situations, and one of those would be something not too unsimilar from this, where they would allow the people to come out and become complacent, and then at some point when they knew where they would be and when they would be, or approximately when they would be, they would spring the trap. And in this case, going through the forest was ideal for that. No phone reception. The Sharps tried to call. They couldn't get through. Curved roads, minimum sight distance. And so when, they planned it well. And the complacency created in that 4 weeks was just fatal to Lavoie and got everybody taken down. The entire leadership except Ritzheimer, who happened, and John's really not a leader. He's a good follower and very obedient, but the leadership was taken out all at once.
Well, and that's the thing is, and that was something that I conversed with Ryan and Ammon many times. Like, if you guys are out in the town and out and about, you need to let people know so we can be, overwatching and scouting around. Many times we'd be standing there and we watch them drive by and we're like, what? They're in town, and so it's like, we're taking a lot of hits because we weren't there, but it's like, we can't be somewhere we don't know. And that was an ongoing concern that we were always trying to address. And, and I know Ammon and how he goes. It is, okay, let's go. And they load up and go. There's really not a whole lot of, okay, I'm ready, let's go. The guy was going 100 miles an hour,
And any anxiety disappeared over those 4 weeks, if he had any to begin with.
What's that?
Any anxiety over what might happen outside the refuge, if he had any at the beginning, was completely dissipated 4 weeks later because they did have the freedom to basically go where they wanted to go.
Right, and they did that they allowed them to do that on purpose to get complacent.
They what?
I have no doubt that they allowed them to do that on purpose for those several weeks to get complacent.
Yeah, I think it was part of the plan, and it was implemented very early on by telling Wade, let them go, let them go, let them go wherever they want to go.
Mm-hmm.
So the foundation to make it easier to spring the trap later was there, and then when the opportunity came up, when they knew most of the leadership, Shauna was the only one that went by accident. She went to take care of Victoria.
Right.
But that was it, though. She was the final straw in the leadership there.
Right.
So they got a coup on that one, and it was well laid. They were just waiting for the opportunity to spring the trap after they realized the complacency had settled in.
Do you think there was anyone from the inside feeding them information to help get that set up?
I don't think so, because everything was public. The Shauna was there was different, but. They knew what time they had to be at John Day, and so then they had to leave at least 2 hours before that. And even Lavoie said, we've got 50 miles to go, so he was well versed on the distance up to Tom Day from where they where the ambush, where the first stop occurred.
Right.
And there's only one way to Tom Day unless you want to drive an extra 40 or 50 miles. So. And then it being ideal for this type of ambush with the trees and the curved roads. So,
it was definitely an ambush. So we went up there and visited the site. And, when I sent a team up right after they opened the road back up, and we got some photos, we got some stuff that it definitely shows what their intent there was to do. And there's no doubt in my mind that was an L-shaped style ambush. That's military tactics, you know.
Yeah, it was pretty. Well, you know, if he had a little more momentum, had been able to get back on the road, and he may have lost that momentum when if you look closely, he swerved to miss that agent that jumped out in front of him.
Yep.
Just a little.
Exactly.
Because in the snow you can't turn sharply, but you can even see in the tracks that there was a slight turn. So him trying to save that agent's life may have cost him his.
Well, and he was on the brakes. If you watch the video, his brake lights were on for a good 200 feet because he was moving. But if you go stand up there at that corner, they put that roadblock just past the apex of the corner, and another 300 feet was a long straightaway. So putting that in the corner that's like a law enforcement 101 no-no as a cop side. That's more of a military tactic.
Right, and they didn't expect him to get out of the kill zone either.
Right.
They expected him to stop, and but I don't know. It worked, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know it did. You know, by the grace of God, the others are alive, though.
Yeah.
That was intended to take them all out.
And apparently Ryan Bundy still has a bullet in his shoulder, so the trauma center at the hospital apparently was not realistic, because if their trauma team was daytime only at a small hospital like that, and there wasn't time to call them in, then obviously the alleged FBI trauma team was not there, or they would have removed the bullet.
Right.
And as far as I know, he still got it. So.
All right. Well, keep me posted on what you're kind of hearing. I'm not quite sold on that just yet. BJ's there on the ground, so he's been working on that, trying to figure out how to approach that. Do you have BJ's number?
No.
Okay, I'll shoot it over to you. And this is your cell phone, right?
No, this is my copper-wired phone. The cell phone I had up there was 30-day unlimited. I can give you the number on it, but in the office here, I'm old-fashioned. I don't even have call waiting on the phone, and some people find out what a busy signal is. What was that noise when I tried to call you?
Yeah, why didn't it ring through? That's odd. That's awesome. Well, I'll hang on to this number, and if you're going to be out about, end up leaving the area, you can shoot me your cell phone number so we can stay in touch.
Well, let me give it to you now.
Okay, go ahead.
541. 889.
Let's hold on here. 889.
3816.
3816. Perfect.
So if he gets that funny sound, he can call that. And if I don't like to be rude to one and pass off to another, but for another. But sometimes it's necessary. So if I get a call from, how do you say his name? Is it Sober or what?
Oh, Soper, Soper. Yeah, BJ Soper.
Soper. Okay.
Yeah.
I've heard the name. I didn't know the pronunciation. If I get a call from him, then more than likely I'll be rude to the other party, which is why I don't have call waiting.
All right, perfect. And I'll shoot you. It's in my phone, so I need to wait till I hang up. But I'll shoot you a PM with this phone number.
Okay, very good. And like I say, if we can find some way to get a relief column into the people inside, that's the only way we'll be able to find out if we can get a massive response, and we can hold them back 20 or 30 miles if necessary to see if we can accumulate a force that could be effective.
Right.
But I think that the motivation for other people to come is going to be a little more hardcore than holding signs, even though that's a good ploy to get right up to the blockade. And I don't know why Royster went public with that, but he should have called you or something and talked to you about it. But that was based on my team had actually, while I was on Royster talking to Jimmy this morning, they came up with that information, so I passed it on to him as a possibility. Mel Conico is always posting bullshit, but just like the 27th, when I was getting ready to, I was going to go to the Narrows and stay there after that morning, and I received a phone call, and it was, they're going to try and kill you, Gary. Well, I discount that. I know the government doesn't like me, but I discounted it. But you can't get something out of your head, and that's when I decided that I was going to go back up to Burns. And it took me 50 minutes to get through that blockade, and two people behind me passed me in the process. There were 3 clearing stations then, and I was getting worried. But you get something like that, and it sounds ludicrous, but you can't discount it. It would be foolish from an intelligence standpoint to take what Melconico said or with that phone call I got that morning, and just say, oh, bullshit, I'm not going to consider that at all.
Right, right.
So.
No, you're exactly right. Well, and with that getting that spun out pretty quick, and the other one spun up and went viral. So I had Oregon State Police calling me, FBI called me. You know, they were thinking we're ready to go and start shooting and engaging. So it kind of blew, just kind of, you know what I'm saying, right? It just got them all spun up.
Yeah, and like I say, Jimmy should not have gone public with that. It was not intended to. If he would have called you or somebody that knew you and said the truth. So it was really an act of gross indiscretion on his part to go public with that.
Yeah.
I assumed it was a confidential conversation. I would have had no problem if he had contacted you and kept it at least out of the public domain.
Right, right.
But
well, we'll work through it. It's okay. And then by all this coming together and working together, it just makes things stronger. So it's all good.
Yeah, and I will tell you, I knew it was Royster, and I just wanted to see if you were going to be honest with me, and I appreciate it.
Oh, no problem. I had to ask the person who sent it to me. I'm like, hey, who told you that? I'm passing this along. So she told me, and I'm like, all right, perfect.
Yeah, and I had to back.
Here's the thing, man. Whenever I get information, if I know who it came from, I will tell you. I mean, if it's something that, otherwise I'll be straight up, hey, I can't reveal where the source came from. It's credible, Gary, but here's what I heard. And, I'll preface it for you so that way you know how to treat it. But
okay, I appreciate that, and it's good to finally shake your hand, Brandon.
Yes, even though we're doing over the phone, I appreciate it. And, this is what we all need to be doing, is working together and building our network, larger.
Yeah. And as far as OMD, we really don't know what the response will be, but the respect that OMA established at the ranch, I believe we'll get the following if we need it. But it has to be something harder. So.
Well, I'm going to put BJ's on the ground there, so he'll have a better vibe. I had to come home like you and take care of some family stuff and my business and work and get that kind of, being gone is tough. But so I'm going to have you get with him because he has a better vibe on what's going on over there with the whole situation. So I'll shoot you his phone number right now.
Okay, and we'll feel it out and see if and what we can do, and
all right,
work together to that end.
All right.